There we go. Now I can see the chat. Let's see. Can I move this over here? Nice. That's what I'm talking about, boys. Welcome to the Lost to God show. Haha. Those of you that don't know, whenever we're gonna stream stuff here on this channel, obviously. We're gonna do video games, news, music reacts, stuff like that, and just talk and do our. Whoa, why is my webcam off though? Hold on. Webcam. Oop. Oopie. Why is the webcam off? Hello? Oh my god, this is getting... Oh. Alright. No. God damn it. Boom. Alright, no complications. Let's do it. Anyway, for those of you that don't know, we're going to stream every day, Monday through Friday, except Saturday and Sunday. Saturday is going to be a Ren day where we just do a Ren video and, you know, try to hang out with the audience a little bit, respond to all the comments that I got, and, you know, obviously spend time with my girlfriend on those days. Right now I'm waiting for the new mic stand to come in, or the the holder. This thing is busted to hell. Don't you know? Don't you know? Wait, I don't think right screen wants to be that high on the docket. But are the audio levels good? Are they coming in fine? Oh, I think they are. Oh, I think they are. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I am. I do. Well, let's see this if it works, boys. Let's see if this works. Hue green will disappear. Whoa! Now I look like I'm turning into the ether. There it is. Now we can go. Yeah. What about? What about? What about? That just looks like a normal light. I think we found the one. All right, guys. We got a few things that we're definitely going to react today. Over here, songs on the docket to do are going to be Cut You Off by Chinchilla. Ren, What You Want. That was a request by Nick D. Nick D. Dawn of Rhymes asked me to listen to Electric Callboy. And he's thinking Hippa. And then there's looks like some came out from the LCK T1 Eternal Ember. As a big fan of the great mythical king Faker, kind of want to check that out. And then one that I threw on here, and no one requested this, Compassion Fatigues, Destiny versus Jordan Peterson as a musical. And if we can, we'll get into the news and talk about anything that comes up. Anyway, thank you guys always for coming in. We're going to start jumping into some of these things and see what we can knock out. But first, I must play my first round of ARAM. Or ARAM here in Canada. Man, me and League of Legends go way back, bro. This has been a huge thing here on the channel for a very long time. And, you know how it goes. So the drive up was different. It's weird with the the difference in the way that the Canadian highways are and the American highways are. They're very similar, obviously, but there's like these weird minor differences that make it strange. And what I mean by that is, I don't know if it's me or where I drove, but I hit the Canadian One Interstate Highway or Trans, whatever they call it, something highway, or that goes, I think, from one side of Canada to the other. In America, we call those interstates, but out here, they call it like trans. I can't remember. But the thing that was interesting about it was I noticed that like almost none of like the towns are around the highway. All of them seem to be pushed away from the highway for some amount of reason, which is very strange because like in America, like interstates go right over like towns and villages and all these other little things. So it's a strange thing because like I was like, what does anyone live out here? Like it says I'm coming up on a town and it's like 4 miles, or well, you guys use kilometers out here, but like 4 miles this way to the left, and I'm like, I drive through where it says the town is and there's nothing there. That happened like multiple times. it's even state routes. It's kind of weird, man. Like in America, like everything is so fast and in your face that like the interstates and state routes and all that shit, they go right through cities and towns, and you like it was a strange thing. Also, like you guys don't have overpasses from what I've seen so far. Maybe it's just out here in like Manitoba and Saskatchewan, but it was wild, dude. It was a wild trip. Wild trip. Also, you know, for all of you guys that talk bad about the American system, co-op seems to do everything out here. What? Is it just a straight up monopoly? Did your Walmart do like gas, electronics, like shoes? Like, it's crazy. Yeah, wake up, League of Legends game. Alright, we get to test the actual connection. This is the first like online video game that I've played since I got to Canada. My girlfriend and I spent a big chunk of the day yesterday trying to set up stuff to where I could stream today. Excelsior! We had to run wires? Oh my god. That was terrible.
This outfit makes total sense. Just look closer and think about it less.
Doesn't feel like there's any lag whatsoever. Are there any frame drops over here? It doesn't look like there is, but I can't see from my side. Maybe this is total shit. I tried messing around with the settings, but oh no. Haha, it was all a bait. I was never in any danger. What's up, pussies? I'm gonna walk straight up. I don't give a fuck. I trust my boys. Oh, alright. I couldn't see nothing. My Ignite wasn't working, bro. Was I just missing? I don't know. I don't give a fuck about no blind, bro. It's ARAM, dude. On bitch. Oh shit, I was clicking something I shouldn't have been clicking. Ah! I mean, the damage she did was not worth the amount of mana she spent to do it. I'm gonna go for that little... Mel's gonna get it, dude. No! I blinded myself! I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Bro, Teemo needs like an engage. I don't know why he's so fucking... I forgot Mel can do that also. I haven't played since she's been out. I'm bronze. I'm boosted. Let's go. Oh, I should go jump in the Discord, huh? In case any of the homies actually get on. Watch the D before you punch out. Alright, let's get on to Discord then. Don't switch. Oh, hey. Alright, cool. We're in the Discord now. Oh shit, I must now minimize screen with Discord. There we go. What's up, punk? I ain't scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. God damn it. Get him, bro. Oh my god, that Darius just healed for so much. There we go. La di da di da. If I die frozen and alone, tell him I did it for science. Alright, Neil deGrasse Tyson. My boy cannot be tamed. Just kill him. Someone help kill this. Ah, we made it out. Nice. Hey, Braum had no help, dude. No! God damn it, I got stuck on a fucking minion. Oh, is that Misfortune going AP? No. Oh. Fucking ow! Alright, can't put my foot there, you know, with the way it is at the current moment. La-di-da-di-da. Jesus Christ, die, you monster!
This'll be messy.
Jesus Christ. Whoa! Her ulti might actually be able to kill me. I need to be careful. Where that was.
Die. I choose to live.
God damn it. That Mel, dude. Playing like ass. I haven't played a video game in so long. Man, as soon as I leave America, I start seeing some of the craziest, even more crazy shit from Trump. Even more crazy shit from Trump, dude. This, like, shit's getting wild over there, boys. I think I got out at a good time. You know, it's very strange being in, like, a relationship. I mean, I'm all about it. It's just new to me, you know what I mean? Yeah, you ain't so hot when I'm watching you, bitch. Ah! Oh no! What's up, punk? Oh, there it is! Ah, shit. Thank God someone put that bitch out.
Turns out I got proficiency.
Fuck! Stupid! I hate those goddamn cannon minions, man. I hate them with a fucking passion. I hate that you just make people buy a sweeper, dude. Why is it people like Shaco and Teemo get fucked so hard on this stupid map? Fuck you, dude. Sorry. 3 and 6. Jesus Christ, Will. What are you doing with your life? Dude, move, man. I hate they need to take away to where like minion block is not so fucking annoyingly ridiculous. Move, dude. Jesus Christ. The creep block in this game is insane. He went through 3 of them and they didn't even fucking hurt him. That's crazy, dude. Nice. Come on. Trying to get the bomb out before I die, dude. Chill, daddy, chill. Ugh. Nar. Other than the fact that I'm playing like human ass today. I gotta get even used to sitting at a computer desk, honestly.
Or where that came from.
That Darius is deadly, dude. I don't like that motherfucker, dude. He needs to fuck off. They got Darius, Braum, Misfortune, and Mel. They have like a perfect team comp. The Quinn isn't even necessary. She could just be a goddamn jungler for all I'm concerned. I didn't even see what we have.
Can't tell.
Nice. Perfection. Nice.
They've been looking for yours truly.
Lady, what are you? Whoa, that Ashe is wild. Alright, let's go, boys. Nope. Fucking come on, man. Like the fucking blind. Her blind is better than mine. What the Teemo's entire kit is blind and Quinn's blind is literally better than his. Like what the actual fuck when you put that into perspective. Like at least Quinn has an Air of Effect ultimate, which Teemo kind of does too, actually. And I guess Teemo's entire kit is invisibility and shrooms.
You don't know about war. Got a little surprise for him.
Oh my god, Darius, please don't enter my ass. She just used her W.
War didn't change. I changed war.
I didn't get the fucking thing for that. What's up, pussy? Fuck.
Nobody's innocent anymore.
Damn it, I thought she was gonna go in. Ha 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 ha! Gotta kill those guys, bro. They must die. Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. Just get ignite off on someone before you die, bro. Yes! Walking on my shit, fool. Yeah, you have to walk out of that. Damn, dude. She got clapped. We need something to kill Braum, dude. Or at least make it to where he doesn't want to walk on my shit.
Tall folks don't last long around here. Another mushroom, another victim.
Boom. Dipshit, I don't know why you would do that.
Jungle. Armed and ready.
Come on, Braum, hit it. Damn it. Damn it! Yes! Die, bitch.
Size is a liability.
Bring me back something dangerous. Or shiny.
Alright, they saw me.
Before I punch out.
I'm waking up. I'm getting my stuff back. What a weird flash that was. I respect it, though. I respect the hustle. I don't... Good job, I guess. You didn't really get anything done. What up, boys? Well, welcome to the party. We're gonna slap you down. Ooh. Oh. That was... Yeah! Ooh. All that's live is Braum, dude. We can hit this bitch. I don't care. Go ahead and hit me, Braum. Oh, now I care.
Pieces of fairy tale.
Oh, I'm dead. Fucking poison, dude. It got me. It got me, you guys. Get him, coach. Did she hit a shroom or something? Oh, nope. I didn't get an assist. I did get an assist on that. Later, bitch. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, cool. I thought that was Darius for some reason. No, it's Mel. What the fuck? Lady's got balls.
Be surprised how quick fur ignites.
You'd be surprised how quick fur ignites.
I forget what started the fighting.
I couldn't. I hate that fucking blind more than anything in the goddamn game, man. Guys, don't let him kill the shrooms or else you have no defense. Yeah, there we go. There we go. There we go. I don't know why no one engaged on that bitch. That was wild. No. Ooh, what the fuck? Come on, bro. We're a team of, what, 3 ADCs? We're a team of 4 ADCs and Milo, and they have a full fucking normal squad. There's no way in hell we're winning this game. I should have went tank mode. That's what I should have done. Everyone wants to play fucking ADC champions, bro.
Goodman died. I choose to live. Got a little surprise for him.
She just got ulted, dude.
Reinforcements ain't coming.
Damn it, Mel. Yes, walk into it, bitch. Ah.
Find them. One day there'll be a reckoning.
Just need to dodge the Q. Nice.
Gouge him, Valor. Eyes in the sky.
I've done things I'm not proud of. Become one with
The amount of pressure this Teemo just made.
I own this land.
The golden rule.
Who's my next tally mark? I'm taking everyone with me.
Yes. Getting bombed, fools. What's up? Now walk around because you think it's going to be a better move. And hit the one to the side. Come on now. Be that girl. Be that girl. Come on. Give me a little love, baby. Alright, Void Staff. I should have went with the Void Staff earlier, honestly. That's actually bad on my part.
I'm the last scout standing.
Oh, don't want him to get anything off of that. Damn. Rom is just a beefcake, dude. Yes, walk into that misfortune. Yes! Yeah! Aw. Come on, a little more. Come on, a little more. Come on. She's so... Yes! Got to back that ass up now, girl, motherfucker. Mm-hmm.
Face toward enemy. I used to live by code. You're welcome.
We motherfucker won! When a man loves a woman!
1, 2, 3, 4.
Fuck you, bitch.
Get out of here.
I'm pretty bad in the beginning.
Can't tell, but I've grown quite the beard under here. Another mushroom.
Fuck! Ugh. Thank you for the extra money. Yes! Get hit, Mel, you bitch. How much do I need? 1900? Well, let's do that then and maximize our damage while we're out there.
They've been looking for yours truly.
Have fun storming the bridge.
Bruh, excuse me. Oh. I got caught, so I just committed to the first damage dealer I saw that wasn't Darius. Like, well, he's gonna kill me no matter what, so I'm gonna let him kill me. But if I can, like, get some shrooms out on that back line, I'm doing it. Oh, that Braum should theoretically be dead with Ash hitting him. There's no way he's getting away. Yeah.
You don't know about war.
I made up for my stupidity, boys. That's what we needed.
Got a little surprise.
We made up for our stupidity.
War didn't change me. I changed war.
I wanted to go in on that, but I was the only one there. I don't know why she fired that. Yo, she's going ham! She can't go ham alone! Every time I go up to shoot somebody, they're already dead. La-di-da-di-da, la-di-da-di-da.
Folk don't last long.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Make it to where his W doesn't work, take away his healing.
Now, we wait. I own this land. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ooh!
Part of you never leaves the jungle.
What do you see up there?
Well, unfortunately, she missed. That would have been fire, dude. I was ready. Fuck, Collector. I gotta stop playing around like it's not League of Legends with Collector, bro. It's League of Collector. Everyone knows this now. I'm just bronze. And then we'll sell Malignance and replace that with Rabcap as our final build. And it'll make those shrooms a tactical fucking nuke. So, the Rallies could be better. I'll probably sell boots. No. Yeah, Malignance is the one that's gotta go. The cooldown on the ultimate's nice for the most of the game, but we're at the point now where my ultimate is already on a pretty low cooldown.
Size is a liability.
Almost made it to the health, bro. Ah, it's so annoying, dude. That champion, Mel, is annoying. I try to just force it, but she does so much damage. So if we were to sell Malignance, what would it sell for? 1890. No. Okay. We need 500 more gold. So our next death, we can get Rabcap and switch out Malignance, because this just gives ability haste and a 90 ability power. We could, oh! We could probably sell Seraphs. That's probably what we'll do.
Always ringing. Another mushroom, another victim.
No, you don't.
Pieces of fairy tale.
Got the auto attack off, bitch. You a sucker dick.
Look alive.
First game in Canada for a win. Watch me get 100% win rate because Canada's dope. Obviously. I got DPS threat even though I was feeding my ass off. Teemo was broken, dude. I didn't even do shit for damage, bro. I feel like the worst on my team. I did the worst on our team, actually, with Teemo. I told you I was playing shit. What? Alright, guys. Now it's time to swap over to this reaction stuff. Boom! Alright, let's pause this for now. So the first one we're going to do is... do-do-do-do. Alright, let's see here. It's called Cut You Off by Chinchilla. Okay. Well then.
Build a website you love with Wix.
Wait, let's take a look at those stats. 1919, 29 and 10, 22. Wow. Ash did way worse than I did. Why did I honor her? What? Aphelios was the one hard carrying that fucking game. Oh, Aphelios didn't give me a like. No one gave me a like except Miss Q. That's crazy. You guys are all trash. Bam! Give me that Lulu, please. Ooh, that tasted purple. Disenchant. Ooh, Ezra Klein did something with Destiny? Oh, shit. We're gonna open that in a new tab, and I'm probably gonna watch that today. Mind meld with Ezra Klein. I need to look more into Ezra Klein. Alright, so we're gonna be doing Chinchilla's song. It's called a One Time. This one doesn't have a music video. This is more going to be just an audio thing, but we can definitely react to an audio, guys. We can definitely do that. And honestly, it works out pretty well because then I can actually try and focus in on the lyrics. So it's called... No, was it called One Time? No, we already did One Time. I apologize. All right, so it's called Cut You Off. All right, so then let's go back here to Chinchilla. Oh! Okay. It has a music video. Man, alright, look. Her drip is not from me. But I admire it, you know what I mean? She also plays with colors in a cool way. Not even watching it yet, but I mean, I don't know if she's the one who set up the shot, but like the shot is already awesome as fuck. The colors and contrast are awesome. All right, so this song is about 1 year old, has 1.8 million views. Damn, girl, you need some more eyes on that for how talented you are. You should be up there with like, what's her name? Taylor Swift with like 42 billion plays on a single song. More people have listened to that one song by Taylor Swift than I think there are people on Earth. That's a scary concept. Bullshit. All right, let's see what our girls got. I think this is our last of the Chinchilla ones that Steph requested. We're gonna get this done, and then I think on that, after that, we'll be moving to Rin, What You Want, because that was requested as well by Nick think it was Nico D. Let me double check so I don't say the wrong thing here. Yeah, Nico D. From Australia, can you please react to what you want? If possible, no stress, no rush. And then Steffi also, like I said, she did all this. William, please check out Chinchilla. We've already read this before, but just to give it context for new viewers, this is over on Buy Me a Coffee. I would be laid alive by my manager. If I didn't mention that you guys can always go to Buy Me a Coffee. Or you can even do a super chat, or you can just put in, you can just, ask. It might take me a little bit of time, but eventually I'm going to be getting to them. I do kind of prioritize the Buy Me a Coffees and the super chats just because, obviously when someone's putting money with their time, it's a little harder to ignore them, but you can always go over to Buy Me a Coffee. There's no minimum requirement. The only thing I ask is that in future references, if you want to make a request, just make it to 1 or 2 songs. But if you are going to make it a few, that's okay. I will get through them all. You just, give me a little time, and I might, jump around a little, but we're going to get it done. I promise you. The link is going to be in the description. It is in the description of the stream, and it will be description in the video that I cut out as a VOD to upload later today. So that everybody has the ability to watch it, because obviously catching a live stream is pretty hard to do. There's no guarantee that our timelines are going to match up. People have jobs. People are very busy, especially in economies like this where, things are a little shaky and people are having to pick up extra hours and extra stuff. So I don't want to make it as easy and accessible to everybody else. So when we're going to stream, just so we can get it all out there. We can have a day of it. So we're going to have a regular time so people can know when to show up and have fun, chit chat. Can also help lead the direction, and I can get a live feedback on what I'm doing, where things are going. But we're also going to make videos of the reactions and upload them later that night. So this way everybody gets it and everybody gets to win, and the important things that people subscribe for will still be here. All that to be said, if I'm going to go full time with this, I need to put a little more effort into it. You know what I'm saying? And I can't just do 2 videos a day and move on. Streamers and, people like that, they're on sometimes 6 to 8 hours a day. So we're going to get into it. We're going to have fun. And then I think we also have, so once we have done Dawn of Rhymes Electric Callboy, we are going to be completely caught up on the Buy Me a Coffee requests and stuff like that. So we'll be able to move forward with picking random songs and just getting buck wild with it and getting through the list. That's right, the list. Those of you that don't know, my moderator and manager, Kia, has taken it upon herself to write up the infamous list, along with links and stuff like that where you can find the actual videos. But I've rambled way too long. But the reason why streaming is cool, by the way, is that I can now cut all of this crap out. The stuff that I like to talk about, giving you guys call outs and love and all that stuff. But for those of you that want to just get straight into a video, when I upload it, I'm going to add the little part where I say who requested it, and then boom, we're going to put it in. And then the video is going to be a lot shorter, a little more concise, and more respectful of your time. And that's the important factor. And it gives me an excuse to learn how to re-edit and get into the news like that. All right, let's do it. Let's get into it. All right, guys. Which is right over here.
Cut you off. I blocked your number and I cut you off. I stole your thunder, you've had too much attention.
Is there she's got like a weirdness to her voice. I think I'm gonna have to look up the lyrics because I'm not seeing it and I'm not, maybe my brain isn't working. I'm not understanding it. Chilla cut you off lyrics. Thank you. All right, so we'll put this on the other screen over here. Wait, whoops, that's not what I told you to do. Oh, bro, what are you doing? Honestly, we could just leave it on this. And then now, there we go. All right, now we're gonna get into it. Let's go. All right.
Cut you off. I blocked your number and I cut you off.
Okay.
I stole your thunder, you've had too much attention already. So I used what you left me to sharpen my machete.
Ooh, ooh. Please tell me you guys saw that shot. There's no way. Hold on, we gotta go back. That, like, okay, one, this is probably like a prop or whatever, and then they CGI it, but doesn't matter. Obviously, they have to do something like that. What a crazy transaction. Also, like, as someone who, like, let's just look at the lyrics for what she said already. Cut you off. I blocked your number. I cut you off. I stole your thunder. You've had too much attention already. So I used what you left me to sharpen my machete. And then, boom. Almost as if you're going, like, obviously you're going into the door into her mind so you can see what she's talking about. But, like, let's just get back into this. This is...
Cut you off. I blocked your number and I cut you off. I stole your thunder, you've had too much attention already. So I used what you left me to sharpen my machete.
Not gonna lie, it sounds good. Those are the little things I don't really care too much in her performance. Like I said, amazing singer, amazing songstress, and she's already given me a lot more than her usual, like, revenge, even though it's kind of revenge-esque, you know? But, you know, but just the, like that, it's hard to do, but it's, to me, it breaks up the emotional pacing of the music.
Attention already. So I used what you left me to sharpen my machete.
Like that. That isn't necessary. But, I mean, maybe it is. Maybe we'll get a little more into it. And it's her slowly building up to, like, an explosive finale. But, I don't know. Right now, it sounds like it shouldn't be in the song. But I could be crazy. That's just me.
Testament. Teeth in a conversation, feed them a tongue untied.
Also, the word testament is such a cool... Like, one, it's an awesome character in Guilty Gear. Just putting that out there. Let's watch. This shot is so cool because I think the shot's technically a dolly zoom into it, and then it cuts to a new. Like, I believe that's a dolly zoom. I could totally be wrong. I'm not the most, most impressive with technical knowledge as we've all seen here on this show. I called classical guitar Spanish guitar.
Testament. Teeth in a conversation, feed them a tongue untied. Deep in a rumination, me and a bottle of wine.
Okay, that was sick. Hold on, we gotta go back. That was sick. Did you, like, think about how that vocal run was? Like, how difficult that would have been to do ever. Like, I probably could, bro. Just listen, like, she goes so high, back to low, back to high, and then she waves off. Like, it's actually crazy.
Teeth in a conversation, feed them a tongue untied. Deep in a rumination, me and a bottle of wine. I lost my mind.
Jesus.
Finally lost composure.
I like it, dude. This is pretty gangster, dude. Like, the whole movement, the bass is fucking slapping. And this is actually, like, playing very well into... Okay, I kind of understand that noise she made, like, the rah part, because it was kind of like... You know how, like, Ren, when he's playing guitar and he's about to do a switch up, he'll do, like, a big, heavy bam kind of thing, like, in between, and that leads into the switch up. So what Ren does with the guitar, she's doing with her vocal performance. So it kind of makes sense now. I was being a little overly harsh. I apologize. But, like, just listen to this. Like, the bravado, the character, it's all there. This is perfect.
Shit left me gaslit up as if I dig that shit. Married to the power I let go. I lost my mind. You're so fuck.
Something that makes me a little uncomfortable is now not with her, just in general. Like she said a line that made me think about the world at large. Gaslighting is so used in the wrong way these days. Like some people will say like just explaining a thing these days is a form of gaslighting. Not her. I'm not saying that about Chinchilla, please. I'm just talking about a generality, especially when you're dealing with politics or, you know, work or anything. You hear the word gaslight way more than it is in the modern consensus. Sometimes it's not gaslighting. Sometimes it's just people explaining their position and why they're doing what they're doing. But let's look at the lines, because we made it to the whole section. She said, testament. Teeth in the conversation feed on my tongue untied, deep in a rumination. Me and my bottle of wine. I lost my mind. Finally lost composure, something about tonight. Buried every hatchet. Left me gaslit. Obsessive addict. Batshit. Married to the power I lack. I lost my mind. It's pretty gangster. Like the cadence of the words, like the not necessarily her lyrical cadence and how she's doing it. You know, that's impressive. Like even just the structure and the cadence and flow of the words is impressive by itself as well. Like it's already like just reading that, it's kind of lyrical. So the fact that she can mix that into like a hip hop that sounds like a good beat is very impressive, because that almost sounds too lyrical. Like I can't explain it. That sounds like a like if you were trying to write a song, this is like what you would try to imitate, but like you wouldn't get all the way there with like the it's hard to explain what I'm trying to say, because I've written songs for Ill of Men that are in certain chapters, and you know, trying to find words that rhyme and roll together. Like let's just listen back after we've heard the words. This is interesting. I like this. And also the larger life. You know what? We'll do it right here.
Me to sharpen my machete. Testament. Teeth in a conversation, feed them my tongue untied. Deep in a rumination, me and a bottle of wine. I lost my mind. Finally lost composure, something about tonight. Buried every hatchet, left me gaslit, obsessive addict, that shit. Married to the power I like, I lost my mind. You're so fucking bad for me.
But like, look at the even the facial tics and the way that she's moving, like in between lines. She's like, so a lot of people have told me that she uses the persona, the outfits, and all that stuff to like you know, help cancel stage fright. And there's someone who looks like this and gets on camera all the time. I started YouTube long before I should have. Like if I would have waited until the VTuber movement and got more intertwined in that way, I probably would have been way more successful. Could you imagine not having to see this but hear this? You know what I'm saying? So I completely understand. I've always kind of batted the idea that I wanted to run a channel where it was just an icon talking instead of my video, because, you know, obviously I too, but I just said, fuck it. You know, if other people can do it, I can do it too, and fuck it. You know what I mean? Just put it out there. People are going to say what they say, deal with it. You know what I mean? But it's cool because you can also see that some of this is reflective in her as a person. So one of my criticisms early of what I was seeing with Chinchilla was that it feels like, how do I say this? The way I described it in one of the comments was that, or with Ren, it feels like he's taking the mask off, and that's when his music comes alive. But with deeper inflection and deeper thought, you can also think of it in the inverse. Chinchilla feels like she has to put the mask on so that, you know, she can be the artist to say the message that she wants to put out there. So maybe in some small way, even though there's a lot of performance art and stuff going on, it's could be more just like Ren, but in like kind of an inverse. By donning her mask, she can slip into her id. And by doing so, she can create an environment where she can let the things inside out that she didn't necessarily have access to. Because, you know, when you're a person, it's harder to self-regulate in a way that's authentic, especially if you're at work or you're around loved ones or family are around, or you just don't want to be perceived in a certain way. So it's pretty cool that she's coming out and she's knocking all this out. So you can see that she's embodying the character, not just by wearing a mask and looking pretty and wearing outlandish, over-the-top outfits, but she's also encapsulating that in her movements, from her vocal cadence to her vocal performance to the way that she moves her face around in certain ways, where she, like, when she's trying to accentuate that she's like kind of going crazy in a particular moment, she'll pop her eyes open or like kind of twitch or something. Just like how when Rin is playing a character in, you know, one of his Tales stories, she's embodying the character known as Chinchilla. So even though it's different from what I like, it's very interesting. And you could probably write a pretty deep thesis on what is going on underneath. And whenever she writes her biography, it'll probably be a very interesting read.
Me gaslit, top class, bad dick, that shit. Married to the part where I let go. I lost my mind. It's all fucking bad for me. Still I censor every feeling of profanity. Your fragility could never take the fall. This was inevitable. Got you. I blocked your number.
This is like as interpreted dance as it gets. This isn't really my forte. Typically when Riot makes videos like this with their stuff, I kind of make fun of them. However, let's just talk about the greatness of this right now. One, obviously she looks dope. She looks like Padme, Star Wars fan. The Force be with you. All right, sorry. But the individual light in a dark room in a red outfit surrounded by white, what could appear as ghosts, virgins. They could symbol purity. It doesn't matter. The redness could be like a flower blooming, like, because she said that on this night, something snapped in her and she said, "Fuck it, I'm done." It could be like a booming rage or something like that. At least maybe I'm reading too much into it. Let's go back. Let's see what this plays out.
Cut you. I blocked your number and I cut you. I saw your thunder. You've had too much attention already. So I used what you left me to sharpen my machete. I cut you. I blocked your number and I cut you. I saw your thunder. Let it rain on my life like confetti. Don't call me or text me. I warned you. Don't test me.
Okay, I get it. So that explosive moment is actually, so she started with the chorus, and the moment is the end of the chorus. And as you could hear there, it was less singy and more angry. So I imagine the next one is going to be more explosive. It's cool seeing these different settings. I feel like she puts a little more money into her videos than Ren does. Ren's are a little more down to earth so far. Obviously there's more to see, but she puts a lot more production quality behind her videos, which you can see because she also does the same thing with herself. You know, the outfit she wears, she goes out of her way to. Someone said she makes all of her own outfits. So everything she does is a little bigger. It's got a little more bravado to it, a little more personality. Which, to be fair, in an industry that is rampant with sexualism and, you know, all that other stuff, and, you know, treating women differently because they're women. It's cool that she's going in the kind of the opposite direction. I mean, she could put on a little mini skirt. She could come out here in a tank top. She could appeal to the male gaze and make other women envious and jealous of, you know, her looks and stuff like that, and then feed into the same vibe that is kind of made women's lives harder than it needs to be. Which is crazy too, because I'm a guy, right? A woman looking, you know, coming around in a baggy pair of yoga pants and a big old hoodie is just as sexy as a woman in a silk dress that's got, you know, her back out and stuff like that. There's like a whole different layer of stuff like that. Like, you don't need to like accentuate your sexuality to be sexy. You don't have to do that. So like it doesn't play into like men don't care, you know? And then all it does is alienate and turn women on other women. Like, so it's cool that she's kind of like putting her foot down and saying, nah, dude, I'm beautiful, I'm talented, but my body is mine and it's not your play toy, and I'm not going to sit here and use it to victimize other women. It's so cool that she's going against that grain, and she's just being herself through, you know, obviously through a mask, but we all wear masks, even every day. You go to a family dinner, you're wearing a mask. You know, the only time you're truly proud of yourself is when you're taking a dump and there's no one around.
Something you can't deny. My vision's vivid, I'm livid. I see it playing on a loop rewind. I lost my mind. I don't want it to be put on me to trigger your memory and relive mine. You'll remember too well, professional. What happened to tell your lie? Let me leave before
what a place to end the video or the clip. So let's look at the lyrics because we just got through it. One, obviously she's hitting every note. Her singing is so soft. Like it complements the beat. I think this is so far her best sounding song sonically. And her voice is blending more. Like even her songs with Ren don't really compare to the sonic sound of this one. Like her voice is complementing this beat in a way that's kind of unreal, honestly. It's almost like the beat and the bass and everything that's coming in is just like cuddling with her voice right now. But let's look at these. Let's look at this. It also sounds so effortless. Like, Jesus Christ! It's clear that you're trying to soften something you can't deny. My vision's vivid. I'm livid. I see it playing on a loop. Rewind. I lost my mind. So like just right there, how quick she jumps into a rhyme scheme. My vision vivid, I'm livid. Like that's an immediate rhyme. You barely even finish one word and you're already rhyming. I see it playing on a loop. So she's now playing with the word loop, and then she says rewind, which doesn't rhyme with anything yet, but then she says I lost my mind. And it works because she hangs on rewind in my mind when she's singing. I don't want it to be put on I don't want it to be put on me to trigger your memory and relive mine. You remember too well, professional, what happened. Do tell. You lie. Let me live before I. So she's like building up to something explosive here. Let's go back and re-listen to that real quick. Now that we have the full context.
My vision's vivid, I'm livid. I see it playing on a loop rewind.
And then
I lost
my mind.
I don't want it to be put on me to trigger your memory and relive mine. You remember too well, professional. What happened to tell your lie? Let me leave before I know that is bad for.
So whenever she goes into a part where she's singing heavily and she's not really like kind of like sing talking, she'll always harmonize. I think she's doubling up her her voice because like she's harmonizing with herself, bro. I think that she sings it twice and it's doubling up, but it just sounds so smooth, especially on the rewind in my mind part. Like I don't get how people can be that talented. It actually scares me.
Before I know that is bad for me. Still I lied, let it slide, cause I feel bad, you see. Your fragility can never.
Hold on, did you hear that? That fucking crazy bass drop in the middle of there? Dun, dun, dun. It was kind of gangster as fuck.
I know that is bad for me. Still I lied, let it slide, cause I feel bad, you see. Your fragility can never take the fall. You're so fucking immature. Cut you off. I blocked your number and I cut you off. I stole your thunder, you've had too much attention already. So I used what you left me to sharpen my machete. I cut you off. I blocked your number and I cut you off. smashed my phone up, threw it at the wall.
Alright, this should be the moment. Everything's building up to this. Prediction time. I need to put egg on my face. That's how this works. She's gonna start off soft, and she's definitely gonna get explosive. I feel like she's gonna hold a note for a very long time. Do it.
I smashed my phone up, threw it at the wall. Cause you called one too many times. What you do that for? Now I'm lying on the floor, racking up a debt. Now I'm anxious and I'm phoneless. What a mess. I used to believe in that till you stole all my money. In fact, wasted energy backing you. Now it's something I have to do. I got you. I blocked your number and I got you. I saw your thunder, let it rain on my life. Take a backseat. Don't call me or text me. I warned you, don't test me.
Egg on my face. She didn't hit that. She didn't
One thing
hold
that
it.
sets Grammarly apart from
She didn't hit like that crazy hot, like long note. I thought she would have pushed it that way, but she didn't. She actually went into more of like a kind of bluesy-esque, like how do you say it? Like it's like that thing I talk about quite a bit, where she got her voice really rough right there at the end, and then like almost like tried to slip into like an angry Michael Jackson. It was kind of gangster. Oh, oh damn. Well, that was a fire song. All right. Well, clearly now we need to select the one that's going to be, we're going to have to select the one that's going to be, let's see here. Minimize that. Oh. Yeah, so like, Chinchilla's a pretty captivating artist. I mean, she's pretty good at a lot of stuff. Like, her ability to like, I don't know how to explain it. Her ability to kind of play around in that pocket and just really get down and dirty with her own voice, but then also sing softly at the same time. It's actually wild. See, I really like MGK in a lot of ways. I really do. But I will say that my boy struggles a lot with actually like changing the tonality of his voice and the register that he's playing. Chinchilla can play around in that like it's nothing. She's got a world-class voice. The lady's a superstar. The world just hasn't caught on yet. Now, you're going to see something that I do all the time for, you're going to see what I do all the time now for making thumbnails. I got to go find the one photo in here that I think is going to be the best. I think it's got to be Star Wars dress, dude. I think it's got to be. I like that one. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I think it's gonna be this one. That one's got a drip to it, dude. All right. Whoops. I don't like that that's up there now, bro. All right, we got the one for Chinchilla. Do. And do. And if I open that up, okay, cool. All right, Do. So now we have to do Ren, what you want. Okay. So Ren, what you want. Did he like request? Okay, it didn't have an end. It's strange. Did he request like a certain live one or something? Nope, just Ren, what you want. All right. Hey. Oh, this guy's using the Tsar, huh? An actual cannon. Kuva Tsar. Weapons. I don't know what that means. Weapons. I got the. How do I not know how to spell the word pirate? Come on. I can never just screw the haters, bro. One, I'm in a relationship. Two, even haters say things that have value that should be heard. So this one was requested by Nico D. Good day from Australia. Can you please react to Ren, what you want, if possible? No stress or rush. Much love from Australia. Yo, I got you, fam. Because we're going to do it right fucking now. And now that I'm here, I can switch over to reaction mode. Because I realized I did the last one in my video game mode. So we go reaction mode. There we go. So actually, we could probably make this look a little bit better, to be honest with you. Do all that or that. Get the video here. Drag, thank you. Everybody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Okay. Ren, what we got, buddy? You always know when to bring it. So someone, I think, said this is more of a poppy song. So we'll see what we're working with here. Fuck it.
Oh my god, music these days is like so lame. I can't listen to the radio without cringing my big tits off. I wish someone would take it back to the old school. Boom like dynamite, yes I'll get wild.
Is my boy doing the Beastie Boys right now? Oh, Ren, you musical. Guys, I think I needed this in my Alright, dude. Alright, let's do it.
Wish someone would take it back to the old school. Boom like dynamite, yes I'll get wild. Blowing up the scene like a freaking missile. Quick hit the deck, so here comes the pressure. Sound so ill, better call a health inspector. People of the world, people alive of the nation. This is my jam, yes I bring the good vibration. Lyric education, I'm elevating the ratings. It's blatant, I'm painting the shape with this great innovation. I'm making when I step up on the scene, fresh like Ross when the grass is green. Start to complash, I'll be the master. Sword in the stone, I'm the new King Arthur.
What a fucking bop, dude. Why is this motherfucker having so much? This is his best song so far. Best song. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. This is fire, dude. This is paying so much homage, but also being its own thing. This is sick. This is fucking awesome, dude. All right. We need to look up the lyrics. I kind of like having that. I've been trying to hold off on doing that. Ooh. Because it feels like I'm cheating. Because like I'm trying not to read ahead. I'm gonna only read the lyrics when I get to a point that I know. You know what I mean? But what is this one called? Ren, what you want? Ren, want. Excuse me. Oh my god, music these days is so lame. I can't listen to the radio without cringing my big tits off. I wish someone would take it back to the old school, man. I miss the night. Boom like dynamite. Yes, I get wild. Blowing up the scene like a frickin' missile. Oh, come on, man. Just say fucking. Quick to hit the deck, sir. Here comes the pressure. Sounds so ill. Better call the health inspector. People of the world, people all over the nation. This is my jam. Yes, I'm bringing the good vibration. Yes. Lyrical education. I'm elevating the ratings. It's blatant. I'm painting the shape of this great innovation I'm making. All right, let's do it again, bro. That's gangster as fuck. And just like the ambient, like even getting to see his boys having a good time with him too. This would be a fun video to shoot, but it would be hard to do without cringing your tits off with everyone fucking looking at you.
To the radio without cringing my big tits off. I wish someone would take it back to the old school. Boom like dynamite, yes I get wild. Blowing up the scene like a freaking missile. Quick hit the deck, so here comes the pressure. Sounds so ill, better call the health inspector. People of the world, people all over the nation. This is my jam, yes I bring the good vibration. Lyric education, I'm elevating the ratings. It's blatant, I'm painting the shape with this great innovation I'm making. When I step up on the scene, fresh like grass when the grass is green. Start the combustion, I'll be the master. Sword in the stone, I'm the new King Arthur. Could I get a minute to finish this pinnacle of music? Fuse it with blues and then use it carefully. Please don't abuse it, lose it like a...
Fuse it with blue? Wait, hold on. What did he say? Alright. I like the King Arthur reference. That's sick as fuck. Wait, feel like the fresh like the grass when the grass is green. Style that can blast you. I'll be the master. Sword in the stone. I'm the new King Arthur. I could get a minute to finish the pinnacle of music. Fuse it with blues, then use it carefully. Please don't abuse it. Yeah, fuse it with blues, baby. I still think blues are some of the greatest.
Mental patience, schizophrenic conversation. Hi, Ren. My name is Ren. Nice to meet you. Oh, that's great, man. I got what you want. I got what you need. Old school kicks with a new school twist. Banging on my MP3.
Thanks, dude.
I got what you need. I got what you want. A vintage classic, bounce like elastic. Old school song.
Devastating worlds like a whirlpool, tough like a turtle.
I rock a whole room without a single rehearsal. FaceTime.
Wasn't he there for Money Ties? Isn't that the same? Does he do all of his videos in the same town? That's pretty gangster if it does. That's actually smart too, because that means the cops won't mess with him, and the town looks like it has so much life.
Worlds like a whirlpool, tough like a turtle.
I rock a whole room without.
Wait, whirlpool like a turtle? Come on, bro. War Turtle used whirlpool, man, and it was very effective.
What you want? A vintage classic, bounce like elastic. Old school song.
Devastating worlds like a whirlpool, tough like a turtle.
I rock a whole room without a single rehearsal. Face turn purple, blowing off steam. I glow like Christmas, watch me gleam.
Yeah.
Come out the blue like a
Who the fuck rhymes the word gleam, dude? Watch me gleam, busting at the seam like a motherfucking dream. Come on, that's such a gangster. Yes, that's a cool word to use, man.
classic, bounce like elastic. Old school song.
Devastating worlds like a whirlpool, tough like a turtle.
I rock a whole room without a single rehearsal. Face turn purple, blowing off steam. I glow like Christmas, watch me gleam. Come out the blue like a shark attack. I got you in my jaws, how you gonna react? When I snap my trap, I crack your back flat. I biggity, 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 snap my trap. Jump in, jump out, shake it all about. Move to the sound now, sit the fuck down. Sit the fuck down, Sit the fuck down. I'm king like Kong, so pass me the crown. I'm warrior like Xena, Julius like Caesar.
Yeah.
Cooler than an ice cube sitting in your freezer. I'm Rocky, but I'm meaner. I'll turn you like I'm Tina. Flo could turn an atheist into a believer.
Facts.
I'll go.
All right, dude. Some of those were sick as fuck, dude. What a fun little thing he's doing here. All right, so what was it? Turn into, okay, yeah, it's right here. Devastating worlds like a whirlpool. Tough like a turtle, cause like themselves, you know what I'm saying? I rock a whole room without a single rehearsal. That's gangster, cause the fire in the booth proves that. Face turned purple, blowing off steam. I glow like a Christmas. I glow like Christmas. Watch me gleam. That has like 2 layers to it too. So like glowing like Christmas could mean your Christmas lights. Obviously that one's on the nose. But like another thing, have you ever like looked at like, how do I say this? All right, so like, you know how like everyone's got like Christmas cards and stuff like that, and you know, for some reason, because like one of the things we romanticize is like Christmas nights. It's like the one thing that we do a lot, and because we have Christmas lights everywhere, the moon's out, you know, there's snow on the ground, light is reflective. Suffice it to say, during Christmas time, kind of the world gleams a little more, especially if you're in a place with snow. And the reason why that's interesting and the reason why that's awesome is because he didn't say Christmas night or anything like that, because also during the day when the sun's up, snow is white, it's really reflective, it reflects light, it's really good for solar panels and stuff like that for that same reason, as long as the sun is out. Something that's really important is that like Christmas, the ambiance of the area and towns feel like they glow. They may not be warm, but they have a gleam to them. So like you could break this down even deeper than Christmas lights or a Christmas tree or anything like that. That's awesome. Come out the blue like a shark attack. Blue is like the ocean, obviously. I caught you in my jaws, which links back into Shark Attack. How are you going to react? Now, something that's really interesting is Ren is a huge fan of reactors. So this is like a double here because one, obviously you're getting shot, you're getting shark attacked. Yeah, you're going to react pretty poorly. But also, for those that are watching the content, like this is, I believe, now I'm just going off of the 2 years and the fact that he mentioned High Ren. Maybe this is after High Ren blew up, and that could be a little subtle, like, how are you going to react to this? Maybe I'm feeding too much into it just because of my perspective and that I'm a reactor and content creator here on YouTube. But I like it. When I snap back, I crack your back flat. I'll wiggity, 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 snap my trap. Like, that's gangster. Also, for all those haters that are reacting to Ren's content, if you're out there, whoever you are, fuck you. But also, more importantly, that could be a little jab at you, you know what I mean? Jump in, jump out, which is kind of like House of Pain. Jump around, because he's getting classic, right? Shake it all about, move to the sound. Now sit the fuck down. I'm king like Kong. I don't know, man. I think you're king like Godzilla, but I got you. Because Godzilla is the king of the monsters. Pass me the crown. I'm like Warrior Xenia, because there was Xenia Warrior Princess. Julius like Caesar. Julius and Caesar. They're both like gangster people. They both nearly conquered the world. Cooler than ice cubes sitting in your freezer. So like ice packs in the freezer, that's cold. Ice Cube is a rapper from the early 90s, and he was part of Notorious. No, what was it? Was it Notorious B.I.G. or was that? No, he was NWO, I think. Something like that. I'm not that too like I didn't get too much into it, but I know he's from Compton, and that's my boy, dude. Actually, Ice Cube just made one of the worst movies ever, bro. Didn't this motherfucker just make World of Worlds and it was terrible? I'm Rocky, but I'm meaner. So, you know, Rocky, that underdog champion. But I don't think Rocky was mean, so that's gangster. I'll turn you like I'm Tina. Is he talking about Tina Turner? My flow could turn an atheist into a believer. So something that's really interesting is the time frame in which he's referencing in this music. It was kind of the opposite. At least in America. I can't speak for other countries, obviously. America had its hardcore, super Christian slant. I remember growing up, my parents found out I was an atheist when I was 20, and it was like the end of the world. I remember the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse coming around. Richard Dawkins, Sam Harris, Daniel Dennett. and Christopher Hitchens, may he rest in peace. Atheism was huge in the early years of YouTube, so that's pretty cool. And there are songs like what people don't understand. Well, I mean, I think not you guys, but I mean, people understand intrinsically that music does have like a layer of the divine in it. And what I mean by that is there's a reason why music can transcend, you know, I can say something beautiful, but it's never going to hold a candle to like a song doing the exact same thing. And that's just facts. There's no way around that, you know what I mean? You can't really compete with it. Music, even if there's no words, can invoke feeling. Music is akin to like a trip on like shrooms or acid. Like it can be a spiritual journey that can awaken new senses. So yes, a flow that could turn an atheist into a believer. Gangster, all that's good shit.
I'm Mina, I'll turn you like I'm Tina. Flow could turn an atheist into a believer. I got what you want, I got what you need. Old school kicks with a new school twist, banging on my MP3.
Thanks.
I got what you need, I got what you want.
Vividness, you good, baby. We always around, dude. We're gonna be streaming all the time, doing reacts, talking about music, maybe a little politics or just the news, you know, in general, so I can give my opinion on some crazy stuff. Play little video games, do it all. Don't worry if you miss anything. At the end of the day, I'm going to go in and get the whole video that I made, and then I'm going to go in and cut and crop and do all the stuff, and I'm going to take out the videos and re-upload them. So this way you'll also be able to see the ones that I missed, because I just did Chinchilla Cut You Off. So don't worry, okay? You'll get all of it. No one's gonna miss anything other than me like just ranting and raving about small stuff that has nothing to do with what we're watching.
A vintage classic, bounce like elastic, old school song.
That's so cool, man. So is Sam doing the camera work on this one? Because I feel like he is. This is wonderful. Does he have it here in the description? I need to know. And it's not here. Bummer. All right. I love watching Ren and his crew have fun. It's just gangster. Just gangster. Makes you wish you were out there with him. And anyone giving a call back to the oldies, come on, man.
Flipping sick face, I'm wicked, tricky, I'm lippy, I'm sick. Ripping, you tripping, no kidding, dipping, then rip off the set. Break with the rhythm, I give them shivers, I'm triggering kids. Edibles, biblical, mythical, critical, hold my breath.
Hold my breath, nothing more, nothing less. Puffing, draw, passing left, busting raw on her chest. I digress, I'm a menace, I'm a mess. I'm the baker, make the bread. Undertaker, raise the dead. I got what you want, I got what you need. Old school kicks with a new school twist, banging on my MP3. I got what you need, I got what you want. A vintage classic, bounce.
No, I mean, I'm not gonna go full political, but I mean, I'm gonna watch debates and, you know, talk about the news a little bit, because I have no, I don't do politics and religions with peeps. It makes sense. It's probably safer in a world where your political ideologies exist that you shouldn't share them with other people. It makes sense, because it can get dangerous. The more the people know, the more they think, the more they can infer. Like, it's a dangerous game. And for some reason, too many people wrap their ideology of who they are as a person into like a political movement. I don't like that. It doesn't matter what side you're on, left or right. Both sides have versions of the truth that matter. But I think that a society needs to call out the bad stuff when it's happening, and sometimes the news can point that out. But that's just my opinion.
Like elastic, old school song. I got what you want, I got what you need.
Old school kicks with a new school twist, banging on my MP3.
That guy's getting in it, man.
Oh, that's great, man. Hello, mate. We're shooting, filming. Oh, sorry, man. I thought you were. It was okay. Oh, okay. Sorry, bro.
Aw. It's cool, man. I like that we're gonna be doing this shit. All right, man. Now we got to pick which. What's the?
So late.
That was no ad on that one. That was strange. All right, let's go through here and look for. I think it's got to be one with the all three of them. Probably in the beginning. I remember that hallway. He's run down that before. Oh no, I'm starting to recognize places in a town I've never been to. I've watched way too much Ren. And there's only more to come, baby. That's kind of a cool shot. I think it's got to be in the beginning, dude. It's got to be that. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. I apologize. Sorry about that. All right, so we're gonna have to like watch it to do it. Then it's gonna be right. Ah. I like the way it looks. Wait, hold on. That one looks fine. I don't know why I get such a runny nose when I start. It's only when I'm recording. I don't know what the fuck that is. Why is it when I start streaming, I start getting a runny nose? That's crazy. All right, so let's hit this. No, damn it. I need this to disappear. Why is this here? Yeah, that needs to leave. Guess not. Alright, whatever. Alright, that one's saved. Alright, that'll be part of the thumbnail. And then we got... compassion fatigue. This one needs to be done as well. Alright, so Jordan Peterson and Destiny, who is a streamer that I watch, sat down and had a debate about stuff. This was interesting. So someone took the highlights of that debate and one particular scene and made a musical out of it. This young man is actually brilliant. I've shared him multiple times on a what was that? Fuck. Oh, Twitter and other stuff like that. We're gonna get into this. That's what we're gonna do. Let's see how it works. It's 5 minutes. I'll try not to talk too much. I'm in Denmark, dude. My ancestors surrendered both their guns and their spine 80 years ago. I'm a crazy tinfoil hatter, aka conspiracy analyst, so I'm used to being the odd one out. I love it. Denmark. So Denmark is part of the Scandinavians ones, right? So they're the ones that kind of do the what's the word I'm looking for? They're the sock dims, right? Isn't that their thing? Like yeah. Look, I was watching a debate the other day, and someone told me that Denmark and all these sock dim areas completely subsidized their markets, and I was like, no, they didn't. I think they did their energy, and I think that was it. Or not subsidized. I said the wrong word. Took it from privatized. It says stream unavailable. Oh no, it's probably because I reacted to a Ren song, and I have to go in and. Oh no. That's lame. So you can't like watch Ren's stuff live? What the fuck? What? It's Oh, I'm back. Cool. Ooh, that had me nervous. Strange. All right, let's see if we can get into this without something bad happening. That was crazy. What the fuck? Or maybe I got hit with Chinchilla. Chinchilla actually uses UMG for her what's it called? Distribution. So they kind of go ape shit on channels, unfortunately. So anytime you react to Chinchilla, you're putting your channel at risk. Anyway, let's get right into this, see what we're working with. I love this guy, man.
Implying that the excess deaths were caused by the vaccine. I don't bloody well know what they were caused by. Okay, but that's what you're implying now. Well, that's... look, if you're going to use Occam's razor, you're kind of stuck in an awkward place here. I am absolutely not. This is the most administered vaccine or inoculation, whatever you want to call it, in the history of all mankind. Every single organization is motivated to call this out if it was a bad thing. You don't think Russia or China would be screaming if Donald Trump or the United States warp sped through a vaccine that was having deleterious effects on populations around the world? You don't think there wouldn't be some academic institution? You don't think there wouldn't be more than a handful of doctors and Joe Rogan and some conservatives saying this vaccine might have been bad? If it was the case that American companies working with companies in Europe and Germany, especially, right, because that's where biotech is from, in order to create and manufacture a vaccine that was causing excess deaths around the world, there are so many different people who would be motivated to call this out. How they are calling it out. A handful of people, where the governments, where the academic institutions calling it out, where are the other private companies calling it out? Wouldn't you stand to make a killing if you were a private company in Europe and you could say, hey look, mRNA vaccines for sure are causing all these issues. Why wouldn't Putin, why wouldn't Xi Jinping, why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out if it was as horrible as it was? There are plenty of people...
Dang, I thought she'd be smart enough to... I mean, it's not a bad thing. She's not the only one. She's not the only one. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I think Bad Flower did too, or no? Bad Family. Wait, no, what the fuck is the name of the band that I really like? Oh my god, I'm losing my mind. Why is it not working? What? Anyway, they signed with him as well. It's just a bummer, but also by doing that, it's given her access. Didn't she like do something with like a really big star or something like that? It's gonna give her the, as much as I hate to say it, it's smart that Ren is staying super independent because like he's already super huge, but Chinchilla has the ability to probably, you know, topple like the pop icons. You know what I mean? Like be the next Adele, or you know, one of those. I don't know any of them really. I don't listen to any of them, but I know like the only one I really talk about is Taylor Swift because she's like the only one I know of. But something that's interesting about this, let's go back a little bit. I don't like when people make an appeal to Occam's razor, but they haven't done the groundwork to do it. So like what's happening here is Jordan Peterson is talking about how mRNA vaccines are bad for people and that they weren't properly tested and that they could be causing the excess deaths in Europe, which is interesting because we gave it globally. It's not to say that the mRNA vaccine couldn't cause complications or problems. I mean, it can actually give you myocarditis. Now, I think you're like 17 times more likely or something like that, or to get myocarditis from actual COVID. But, so, I mean, obviously they're going to put a little of COVID in the COVID vaccine. It's strange, though. If we were having excess deaths in just one area, and then we gave the vaccine globally, why would that be? If you are going to use Occam's razor, you would then have to use Occam's razors to say, well, then clearly it's not the vaccine. Like, how are you going to make an appeal to Occam's razor? The most logical thing is probably the most likely outcome. If we gave the vaccine to like multiple countries and none of those countries are showing a mass increase of excess deaths outside of the normal parameters or more people dying, but only one country is in Europe, that's a little strange. I love this song. I think I didn't pay adequate attention to the lyrics while writing my comment, but I'm pure, my pure blood. All right, but like if Occam's razor, if you're going to appeal to Occam's razor, the way that you do that is by, taking all of it. So realistically, if I gave a vaccine to America, Mexico, Canada, Europe, like Greenland, Japan, Russia, and China, and all of these countries are within normal parameters of their normal stuff, except Europe, well, obviously it's not going to be the vaccine, because if the vaccine was the problem, we would see spikes, at least in more countries than just, Europe. So, okay, well, now you have to look into why that's happening. What changed in Europe that could have caused excess deaths? Oh, could it potentially have been a war in Ukraine that's causing these excess deaths? Could it be potentially the fact that a lot of people lost their power and they were suffering through a pretty tremendous heavy burden of the war in Ukraine, where Russia was the major supplier of energy to the region? Maybe that could have something to do with it. There's a possibility excess deaths could be tied to it, but you have to lay the groundwork for that. And more importantly, it would have to be reflective somewhere else. So Jordan Peterson making a claim to Occam's razor really doesn't make a lot of sense here, because he's not applying it to the whole scope of what he's talking about. It's a little dangerous, because now he's being selective with what he's applying it to. And why? He's smart enough to know the difference. The man was a fucking doctor. He is a doctor, and he's been one for 20 years. He's been a clinical psychologist, and he's taught these things to people for years. He's got lectures talking about this very topic. But why is he doing that? Is he just trying to win an argument, or is he just trying to curry favor with the audience that he has? It's a very, very strange thing for him to do, especially when he's way more intelligent than, Destiny, because Destiny is just a dipshit person who plays StarCraft and League of Legends and Factoria. And yet, meanwhile, this dorky guy that he's impersonating here, because he's playing both of them, managed to make me think that Jordan Peterson is a hack fuck.
Causing all these issues, why wouldn't Putin, why wouldn't Xi Jinping, why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out if it was as horrible as there are plenty of people?
That's what I forgot to cover. So, yes, think about it this way. If America did something really bad, why wouldn't our enemies use that against us? If we were putting out a vaccine that was killing people, why did we give it to Vladimir Putin? Trump did that. That's out. That got leaked. He gave it to Putin before he gave it to a majority of the citizens. Let that sink in. 2, if the vaccine was killing people and there was empirical data on it, why wouldn't China or Russia release that to try and discredit the vaccine? Because they don't have the evidence that it does. They guarantee you if they did, they can use it as a talking point and spread it on Twitter and start a massive global war between the people inside. It's just that simple. It's that simple. And if they're not doing it, well, it kind of points that it's probably not happening, because they have all the incentive to do those things, and it's not happening.
Why wouldn't anybody else in the world call this out if it was as horrible as
there are plenty of people attempting to call it out.
Nobody credible, no huge institution.
What do you make of the excess deaths? You haven't come up with a bloody hypothesis.
I don't even know if there are 20% excess deaths in Europe right now. If I had to guess off the top of my head, it's gonna be like you said. One might be lingering effects of an overwhelmed healthcare system. One might be deaths related to the war in Ukraine.
Yep.
Another one might be rising energy costs that for a couple of reasons.
But it's absolutely impossible that any of it could be unintended consequences of a novel technology injected into billions of people.
Okay. So if we injected billions of people with the vaccine, and again, only one country is having excess deaths, but no other country is, clearly there's got to be a different factor involved. It could be, if you want to give a good faith interpretation of what Jordan Peterson is saying, it could be that the vaccine was the issue. but maybe it could have been another underlying situation. Maybe, just maybe, the vaccine could have exacerbated other issues that exist with people in this typical demographic. Maybe it could be based off of diet. Maybe it could, there's so many factors because we're so malleable and there's so much stuff that happens to a human body that, yeah, dude, it's very possible that this vaccine could have negative ramifications based off of dietary things, based off of your physical capabilities. All of these things are very true. But you have to look into the details, which Peterson isn't doing that. The biggest problem is Peterson just sees 20% excess deaths in Europe and attributes that to the vaccine. And then when you ask him, well, is it the vaccine that's causing the death? It's like, well, I don't know. Okay, then why are you posing that as it is? That doesn't make any sense. Are you just merely saying it's a possibility it's the vaccine? And he's like, well, we're just going to use Occam's razor. It's like, hold on, no. There are 100 things going on, more so that's more recent than the vaccine, potentially could be causing these deaths. So what Occam's razor are we using here? Doesn't come out in the wash. That's a problem. This was the moment I realized Jordan Peterson was no longer the man he was. We have to understand something about the conversation between Destiny and Jordan Peterson. For a long time, I was a Jordan Peterson head. I have... Whoa! Hey, someone just subscribed! Welcome to the channel. I hope I don't shit on your Cheerios. But I hope you have a good time. Thank you for joining. The reason why I say these things is because when I was younger, in early 2016, Jordan Peterson was saying a lot of smart stuff. I went and looked through his lectures, and he talked about not just rights, but responsibility. The things that we owe the world, and the things that we ought to do. Being the strongest man at your father's funeral. Adopting responsibilities. Know how hard something is. No matter how useless and weak you feel. Pick a goal and accomplish it. Even if it's something as simple as picking up that cup, moving it to another room, and washing that dish. Small, inadequate things can make huge strides to you as a person. That matters. That's important. These are really good messages for people to have. I saw the hit pieces and the smear campaigns by the radical left. I saw Jordan Peterson push for the beautiful communion between left and right. All of these things matter. All of these things are beautiful. We talk about how the left is required because entrepreneurs are these deep, powerful thinkers that actually drive the economy through innovation and ideas. And they're the same people and the same minds that are, interlooped with artistic people. Artists and entrepreneurs have the same slants within, the diagram of characters and personality traits. And our systems don't really reward creative people. We don't have a way to do that. Because if we put people in a corporation, the bottom of the dominance hierarchy, that's going to or competence hierarchy that they're entering into, doesn't reward creative thinking. People that are creative typically try to think outside the box. They don't really operate very well under rules, regulations, or strict, what's the word I'm looking for? Strict parameters. So if your boss tells you this is what you say, this is what you think, this is what you do, creative people are going to suffer in a job like that. But the problem is, the corporation's hierarchy climbs, you need more and more creative people. Because creative people, one, drive business, they drive innovation, and they drive, they drive the market. So you need creative people to build a thing, to make a thing. And then on the flip side, you need the people on the right. The people that are good at showing up 9 to 5, that like structure, that like to do a job, that like to get their hands in there, that need that purpose. Giving a creative person a schedule is like punching them in the face or taking away creativity. Because creativity isn't just something you turn on whenever you want it. Creativity is something that sparks at certain times and certain moments. Some of the best songs are usually done under a lot of pressure. Like, what was it? Kurt Cobain, Smell Like Teen Spirits, they wrote the lyrics for that song like a couple hours before they went on stage. There was a time where Jordan Peterson had these deep philosophical insights about how the left and right need one another and how those things are very important for the not only society, but also for us to flourish as people. And then he lost his mind. But the reason I say all of these things is because Jordan Peterson was like a guru to me. I bought his book, I read it, loved a lot of what he was saying. I thought what he was saying was some of the smartest stuff I'd seen. I saw him do interviews, I saw all the hit pieces that were coming his way, and I watched him one by one destroy them. And I thought he was it. This is it. We're finally going to defeat the radical left and the radical right. This is my hero. This is my soldier. I will fight beside him. And then he lost his fucking mind. And now he's literally part of the radical right. Yes. Yes. And watching Destiny, a guy who comes from my background, even though he's better at that background, I never got really good on the professional circuit on any video game. I did win tournaments and stuff like that while I was going around playing like Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Street Fighter 4, and stuff like that. Those are my jams. I got really good at Soul Calibur and other games like that. So I didn't climb any professional ladder like he did in StarCraft. And I not got into trucking and I got into streaming when it was first coming up, I'd probably be a very big streamer myself. But just as my father, who's a hardcore Republican, told me there's no money in this type of work, go out and get a job, a real job, be a man. Streaming wasn't a big thing. YouTube was just starting out. I lost a lot of skills in the 5 years I was truck driving. To the point when I got back with some of my friends, I couldn't compete with them anymore. Anyway, all that to say, so Destiny is like a professional former gamer who made a turn into politics. Watching Destiny go up against my initial hero, Destiny, a person whom I used to not like at all, because their debate with Sky Williams and JonTron, even though he did dog walk JonTron. Watching that and watching just a dork that plays video games be able to go up against a fucking psychologist for 20 years who's worked at numerous institutions and helped even, write really important studies. I think when he was an administrator, was it Harvard? I can't remember. I don't remember. But he was at one of these really prestigious areas, and watching him get dog walked by a dork who plays video games is insane. Absolutely insane.
Injected into billions of people.
I think, first of all, there aren't billions of people in Europe, so if there were excess deaths, I never said.
So here's where things get funny. Jordan Peterson was being disingenuous with what he was just saying right there. When he says a vaccine that was injected into billions of people, he is referring to how we did that. But he's using that, right? He's using this argument, this statement that we know is true. It's not, you can verify it. They tracked the vaccines. So we do know it was entered into billions of people. But then on this side, right, he's talking solely about one area of one country that has 20% increased deaths. These two things are not related. So why is it that he's pulling from this pool of people to talk about the deaths over here? So when Destiny in this debate tries to point out, well, hold on, there aren't billions of people in Europe, and we're talking about Europe, Jordan Peterson, in order to be factual, says, why? I'm talking about the whole thing, but this whole thing has nothing to do with this part. You know what I'm saying? That's disingenuous. He's lying. Interesting and problematic, because Jordan Peterson is very smart. He knows what he's doing. This is, to me, evil.
First of all, there aren't billions of people in Europe, so if there were excess deaths, I never said there were.
And if someone cuts you off before you can make your point, because they don't want you to make the point.
Billions of people in Europe, so if there were excess deaths, I never said there were. I understand, but you're talking about excess deaths in Europe. I'm not aware of excess deaths occurring in other places that are completely and totally unaccounted for, where the only explanation would be the vaccine. I think if it were, more people would be talking about it.
We have to Well, first of all, the number of people talking about something is not an indication of the scientific validity of a claim.
So, because our boy here, Compassion Fatigue, is pointing out the kind of the stupid moment that Jordan Peterson was talking about. Jordan Peterson then tries to obfuscate and then go into, well, hold on. Are you trying to say because a large number of people are saying a thing is true, it's true? Well, no. That's not how you check the scientific validity of a claim. The way that you check a scientific validity of a claim is through peer review and by performing it. You can't just say the majority says this. That's not how it works. Not in science, at least. Now, in politics and other stuff, that is how it works, unfortunately. Or at least with laws and passing stuff. So he's now pivoting to something that has nothing to do with his initial point. Because he's been cornered and he's running.
Talking about something is not an indication of the scientific validity of a claim.
I agree with that.
Why are you using mass consensus as the determinative of what constitutes truth?
But he's not. He's not using mass consensus. You're just lying. He's not using mass consensus. He's using the fact that the masses took a thing and only a subsect of those masses is having an issue. It's not the masses. And this, I like how he can personify both of these characters. Now, this is a small channel. This guy has 7,000 subscribers. He's almost twice my size. But he's small, you know? He's not overly huge or anything like that, but he's playing Destiny as Destiny. And he's playing Peterson as Peterson. Now, his voice doesn't adjust that much, but I can literally see Jordan Peterson and Destiny right here. And I almost forgot we were watching Compassion Fatigue until I hit play. See, I'm going to have to look into that study. Check out the recent scientific study from Japan regarding the jab. Dr. John Campbell did a great video reviewing and explaining it, and they studied a pool of 18 million people, 180 and 360 days after the jab. Okay, happily look into it.
That's never been the case.
Because I think for something that was given to billions and billions of people, if it was something that was having a measurable effect on people, it would be impossible to cover it up and ignore it. We wouldn't have to look at the one case brought up in a documentary.
Well,
we wouldn't have to look at the one thing being talked about.
What do you make of the VAERS?
The VAERS data does not indicate anything that this dipshit thinks it does. Not Compassion Fatigue, but Jordan Peterson. He's being disingenuous when he brings up the VAERS data. The VAERS data is not like this rich tapestry of like information. Let's say you have, what up? It's Clara. I have to make sure I say your name right. Right? Clara. Yeah, I got it. So the VAERS data does not actually indicate like the actual symptoms of a thing. The VAERS data is where you go after you've got a vaccine and you can make any claim you want. I have a headache. Boom, you can insert that into the VAERS data. My left toe hurts. Insert that in the VAERS data. It's not verifiable. It's not something that, you know, is checked or, you know, held up to some standard as this is what the side effects of this are. This is where if you enter enough data and enough people have it, not his. If you enter enough data, enough people have it, they can use that as like a starting point to find more issues. VAERS data is an independent thing where you can just put all your stuff into. If you will consider making me a moderator, I mean, that's always an option. I have to figure out how to do that. But I'll figure it out, and then on probably the next stream, I will definitely start throwing some powers around, because having a little help while doing this stuff is going to be gangsta. All right, let's get back into it. Let's see what gentleman says about the VAERS data. But I've heard Jordan Peterson talk about the VAERS data before. It's never, he's always kind of muddied what it is.
Well, we wouldn't have to look at the one thing being talked about. What do you make of the VAERS data? VAERS is not the gold standard for determining whether a vaccine is working or not. Compared to what? Compared to the actually longitudinal, prospective, randomized, controlled trial studies. You mean like the ones they should have done to the goddamn vaccine? Like the ones they did do for the vaccine. Oh, yes! And continue to do to this day.
I did click those 3 dots, but it's not doing anything. I don't know why. And then, oh, maybe I actually have to do it on the YouTube page. Hold on, let's do this correct. Because I'm actually watching my chat from Streamlabs. All right. Oh God, I don't want to hear myself. Don't. Pause. Facts. Yes, they did exactly. Moderation helps everyone feel safe. Oh, okay. Choose who can. Oh, okay. Yep. Nope. This works. Channel activity. Add as a moderator. Boom. I think this one will work. There we go. Yeah, there you go. It's done. All right, sorry about that. So I had to be in my own window. My apologies. Yes, they did do the longitudinal, like, let's go back. They did do those studies for the vaccine. But Jordan Peterson is one of the people, well, I've read those studies and I don't believe them. It's like, okay, dude. So you're like the qualified person to make that decision that like the scientifics are just, like, the scientists are just wrong and you're smarter than them? Is that what you're saying? You have to trust experts to some degree. I'm literally a supermarket and also a biologist having a slight outrage. And don't worry. I will upload the full video so you didn't miss anything. I'm just gonna stream it, and then when I quit streaming tonight, I'm gonna go through, grab the whole stream that's gonna probably be 6 hours, cut out the actual reactions, and then upload them too, so everyone gets the full access to it. No one misses anything. All right, let's see what's going on here.
That is correct. Yes. You really be impossible to cover it up and ignore it. We wouldn't have to look at the one case brought up in a documentary. Well, we wouldn't have to look at the one thing being talked about. What do you make of the VAERS data? VAERS is not the gold standard for determining whether a vaccine is working or not. Compared to what? Compared to the actually longitudinal, prospective, randomized, controlled trial studies. You mean like the ones they should have done to the goddamn vaccine? Like the ones they did do for the vaccine? Oh, yes! And continue to do to this day. That is correct. Yes! You really think you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credit?
Okay, remember this. He says, you really think you're in the position to evaluate the scientific credibility. I've watched this debate, so I know where this is going to go.
Ability of trials for the vaccine, do you?
First rule in any debate, if someone answers plainly and quickly with no thought pattern equipped to it, you are about to walk into something they are very well equipped to do. If you just say, well, are you saying this? And they go, yes, or no. No qualifiers, nothing. You're about to walk into a wall. Yay, thanks, I'm honored. Do I look smashing in blue? You do look smashing in blue, I dare say. So, here we go.
Ooh, no, I don't. So
see how simple? No, I don't. Like, that's dangerous. Watch out.
Of trials for the vaccine, do you?
No, I don't. So I have to trust.
What are you doing?
I have to trust.
I don't trust them. I've looked at the bloody data.
Oh, so Destiny's not qualified to be someone who can to verify the study, but Jordan Peterson is. I looked at the bloody data and I don't trust them. Hold on. Why is it that you alone are allowed to like be the one with enough information or enough wisdom to like, you know what I mean? Like he literally defeated his own argument within like 3 lines. The self-awareness is so low. Oh man, damn it, I was watching your How to Be a Man video. I had no idea this was going on. Hey, don't worry, Pixie, you're not gonna miss anything. Everything that is been recorded, I will upload as a separate video. So all the reactions and stuff are gonna just bounce over, and you might get them a little later tonight or tomorrow morning while I'm recording, streaming again. We putting out a lot of content. That's what we're doing around here. We're about to get it going.
First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent.
Which data? The verse? No, he was talking about the actual longitudinal studies. Jordan Peterson is saying he read that data and it's not okay. But then he also, before he said that, well, we'll just go back and listen to it because I'd be talking a lot. All right, here we go.
Studies! Vaccine.
There's data.
Theirs is not the gold standard for determining whether a vaccine is working or not.
Compared to what?
Compared to the actually longitudinal, prospective, randomized, controlled trial studies.
You mean like the ones they should have done to the goddamn vaccine?
Like the ones they did do for the vaccine.
Oh, yes.
And continue to do to this day. That is correct. Yes.
You really.
All right, so right here, you really think you are in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility? Okay, he's not. But why are you? You're not a scientist. You're a fucking dipshit that works for the Daily Wire now. I'm live in a supermarket. I'm so sorry. I apologize.
Really think you're in a position to evaluate the scientific credibility of trials for the vaccine, do you?
No, I don't. So I have
what
to trust.
Are you doing?
I have to trust.
I don't trust them. I've looked at the bloody data.
First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent when you go.
I don't have to trust third parties.
Of course you do. You do.
Now, there's a clip out there of Jordan Peterson saying that you have to trust third parties because there's so much information in the world and things are so complicated, you can't know it all. There's nothing wrong with you not knowing a particular thing. That's okay. Like, some people don't know how an engine works, but we have experts that build engines that tell you they're safe, and then they put their name on a thing and they guarantee they're safe. Right? And then if there's a problem with that engine, they recall, the vehicle, and then we fix it. I don't know how, like, a nuclear plant works. I trust the experts to run that. I don't know how, there are so many things out there. I don't know how they work. They're experts that do things. And in order to be an expert, sometimes you have to spend 10, 15, 20 years learning a thing. Like, in order to be a doctor, you have to go through, 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, and then 4 years of an internship. And God knows that the entire time you're working, on your days off, you have to go to conferences. You have to go to fucking, there are updates that you have to do with new technologies coming out. You have to take time off. You have to renew licenses. You were constantly learning more things. Experts run a particular area. And then when we go see one of these people, they inform us on what we need to do. So when the climate scientists come out and make a claim, we trust them until there's another person that puts out another study that refutes what they're saying. That's how it works. The same thing with a vaccine. This is how the world operates, right? These are the important factors of what makes something important. And Jordan Peterson knows this. He's been on podcasts before talking about this in great detail about why you have to trust experts and that having experts is a good thing for what you're working through. You need experts and you need people like us that don't know anything. But if you want to learn stuff, there are many ways to become laymen. You can pick up journals, you can pick up studies, you can start reading or watching experts and talking about these things. So the fact that Jordan Peterson is now saying that you can't trust experts, what? Then why would anyone ever go to you as a psychological Like, what were you? I forgot what. He was a therapist, man. Why would anyone go to his class to listen to his lectures if he wasn't a fucking expert? What? We all intrinsically know that experts have a reason and that we trust them for particular things. So he's saying that he's more qualified than the people making these? Like, his argument falls flat on its face, but because Destiny's what, a gamer? I'm sorry.
I don't trust them. I've looked at the bloody data. First of all, you have to trust third parties to some extent when you go. I don't have to trust third parties. Of course you do. You do every day when you turn the keys in your car. You hope the engine doesn't explode. When you're drinking water, you hope that the public water or whatever tap or bottle you got it out of isn't contaminated or poisoned with cholera. I don't do that as a consequence of consensus. No, you do. Of course you do. No, I don't. I do that as a consequence of observing multiple times that when I put the goddamn key in the ignition, the truck started. How do you know it's going to start the 50th or 100th times? How many times do you have to... Don't play Hume with me. I'm not playing.
God damn it, dude. Don't play Hume with me. I love it. Like, it's so silly to say that, oh, well, I trust the car's going to work because I started it a few times. Okay, well, when I go buy dialysis, I'm not going to try it a few times. I'm going to put it in my body. Okay? I will... Whoops, I went to the wrong... Oh, hold on.
Welcome to this talk. Now I want to bring...
I recognize this guy from somewhere. Might have watched him before. Alright. Let's close my thing. I don't want to see my face. Put this in here. And we'll probably give her a watch today, actually. But not... We'll watch this after the song, just so... If there's any counterfactuals to what I'm saying, let's get it out there. I don't want to spread misinformation or be, you know, Jordan Peterson of the Daily Wire.
You know perfectly well why. You don't know if the denim in those jeans isn't leaking into your bloodstream. To some extent, we have to trust third-party institutions to make determinations. Except when they use force. How about when they use force? We trust police officers. Oh, we do. Oh, we do. We on the left trust the police. To some extent, if someone's breaking, that's why we defund not only thunder, but if somebody's...
Well, to be fair, Pixie, this is not my first live stream. I have streamed on and off for about 12 years, mostly on Twitch, but this is my first live stream recently, you know what I mean, like after, you know, getting actual subscribers. Most of the time I would just live stream video games, like Warframe or League of Legends, to 0 to 4 viewers, you know what I mean? Over the course of 12 years. But this is my first like live stream setup, official. I gave up on streaming a long time ago. But now that you know, my mentality is adjusted, I think we can have a lot of fun here. Well, I'm here for. Well, you say that until I start, like, you know, I plan on, you know, doing news stuff and stuff. I have a couple of videos that I want to knock out today. I also got to do another reaction to Electric Callboy, which was requested by Dawn of Rhymes. This one I threw up because I really like Destiny and I wanted to see it. I am doing it now. I'm going to do this weekly, Monday through Friday. I'm going to probably start around 9:30 and work until my girlfriend gets home. And then I will start I gotta stop doing that. It's making a clicking sound for the actual thing. And then what was I about to say? Oh, and then of course when she gets here, she's gonna unwind, do her thing on, you know, do her, you know, vibe. While that's happening, I want to edit the videos and I'm gonna upload them that night, and then hopefully they're up that night or first thing tomorrow morning. So any of the reactions you missed, no stress, no pressure, you'll get them.
Breaking into your house, you could be the most defund person in the world. Who are you gonna call? You're gonna call Joe Biden. You're gonna call Obama. You're gonna call the Black Panthers. No, you're gonna call the cops.
I love him, dude. He's got so many good videos. Like, I've seen him pop up. He did the Norm Finkelstein versus Destiny, the musical featuring Mui Raban and Benny Morris, that 5-hour debate. It's a 30-minute song. I think he did one with, hold on. Yeah, what you got, Clara? Throw it in, or we'll do it. Tell me what you got. But he's got like a... There's another one in here that was really funny. Oh, no. I was saying, hopefully this is a counterfactual to what I was saying. I'm not saying that he's got misinformation. I apologize. I'm saying that I might give out misinformation. So if I can correct my record, I will. But this one's really cool because he's got really big debates, like Bernie Sanders versus Robert F. Kennedy, Jordan Peterson versus Matt Dillahunty, Howard Stern versus Tom Snyder. Jordan Peterson versus Matt Dillahunty is really funny. Oh, cool. I'll definitely watch it. Bill O'Reilly versus Phil Donahue. Glenn Greenwald versus Bill Maher. I love this guy. Gore Vidal versus William F. Buckley, the musical. Ben Affleck versus Bill Maher and Sam Harris. This was such an explosive moment. This is when I realized the left has gone a little too far. When the fact that Sam Harris, one of the founders of like the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, is coming out and talking bad just about religion in general, and because one of those religions happened to be Islam, he gets called racist. It's like, what? You guys don't care when he's criticizing Catholicism or Christianity or Judaism, but as soon as he says something mean against hold on. He's anti-religion. Just because one is a religion of color doesn't mean you can't criticize it. That's crazy. And then watching the Young Turks for 2 years go to war with him and trying to like paint him as this evil monster. It's like, what the fuck is happening? That's when I left the left for a while. I became politically homeless. It wasn't until the last election I said, fuck this. I'm done. I'm a Democrat. I'm tired of fucking sitting here in the middle and like saying, oh, well, you know, I'm kind of on this side, but the far extremes over there I'm not a part of. And but anyway, oh, that's what we got to do. We got to get the little clip.
So are you?
So you guys get to see how my terrible. I gotta find a. Kind of want to do one on Jordan Peterson right here. I was just about to watch some dude listening to my beloved otherworldly Zeppelin. Silly tag, no one talks about House of the Holy. Well, don't let me hold you. Like I said, the videos will be uploaded. Well, the reactions will be uploaded. The little stuff in between won't be. But I'm just trying to find a... Yeah, there we go. That's a funny one. Let's grab that for the thumbnail. Ooh. And we will make that tonight. All right, so we can close that. Let's take a... Oh, yeah, what's that? Plata, do you want to send that to me on a Discord or something? I can definitely take a look at it. I will happily watch that. What you up to, bro? Doing reacts on stream at the moment. Sorry about that. I do apologize. Japan proves excess deaths in vaccinated. Uh-oh. This guy could, Well, let's do this real quick. Who is Dr. John Campbell? Want to make sure this guy isn't some like hack fuck. Okay, he's from Canada. That's cool. Where's his wiki? Is an English YouTuber, retired nurse educator who's made videos about the COVID-19 pandemic. Initially, the videos received praise, but later diverged into COVID-19 misinformation. He's been criticized for suggesting COVID-19 deaths have been overcounted, repeated false claims about the use of ivermectin as COVID-19 treatment, and providing misleading commentary about the safety of COVID-19 vaccines. As of March 23rd, 3 million. Damn, he's got a lot of people. Early life, he grew up in Carlisle. He holds a diploma for nursing. The guy's a nurse. Okay. And has a PhD in nursing from the University of Bolton. So does this guy have any specialty in vaccines or anything like that? In November 2020, quoted from a non-peer-reviewed standalone journal abstract by Stephen Gundry saying that mRNA might increase the risk of heart attack. And said that it might be incredibly significant. This video was viewed over 2 million times within a few weeks. Was used by anti-vaccination activists as support for misinformation that COVID-19 causes heart attacks. According to factcheck.org review, although Campbell had drawn attention to the abstract typos and its lack of methodology and data, he did not mention the expressive concern that had been issued against it. In March 2022, Campbell posted a misleading video about Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine, claiming that Pfizer document admitted the vaccine was associated with over 1,000 deaths. Okay, remember to save chat before you end the stream if you just want to leave it up as is. Yes, I must figure that out before I end the chat. Yes, I want to make sure I do that. Is it up here in the settings? Okay. I mean, I'm going to watch him, obviously. But it seems like he's coming from like, good. I need to challenge my initial views and see what's going on. Can't run from it. Gotta embrace it.
Welcome to this talk. Now I want to bring some important...
Hold on, sir. Thank you, and I'm glad to be here, buddy. Let's do it.
Welcome to this talk. Now I want to bring some important information coming out of Japan, which seems to have a greater openness than other countries that could be mentioned to being aware about COVID vaccine harms. Let me give you some of the headline information first. Decide if you want to watch. Now this is from... Dr. Morikami, of course I pronounced that incorrectly, Senior Fellow, Molecular Oncology and Pharmacology. And we'll just look at his main points. And once we've looked at his main points, then we'll look at where he got it and the validity of this data. The more doses you get, the sooner you're likely to die. Talking about COVID vaccine doses, of course, direct quote. Now, these, of course, are all from basically Google Translate, AI translations, with no reason to assume they're not accurate, and we believe they are accurate, actually. They have been verified by Japanese speakers. The more doses you get, the sooner you're likely to die within a shorter period. So what he's saying here is if you have more doses, excess deaths occur more quickly for people that have had more doses of mRNA.
Well, the problem, though, is because if you're getting the COVID vaccination, I mean, you're still injecting COVID into your body. Still injecting COVID into your body. So, he used to be pro-vax and got two, I think. Got injured and has since been on a mission to find out the truth, regardless of decades of being part of and trusting the system himself. Now, Vividness, you already know, I love you, and I ain't trying to say nothing harmful here, but it's a little bit of a red flag when you say to find out the truth. And the reason I say that is just one thing. If he had a negative experience with the vaccine, he may not be seeking truth. He might be seeking, there's another word for, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but he's coming from an area where he might have felt wronged. They risked his life, might be angry about it. You know what I mean? Like, it might be that he's not seeking truth, especially because now he's, got a massive YouTube following. He's got a massive audience. It's always possible he can get audience captured, and more importantly, there's a thirst and knowledge out there to blame vaccines. He could be, yeah, validation could be a thing that he could be seeking. Or he could be looking, you know how when Ren was sick and he was looking for anything and everything to like try to determine what was wrong with him, and he went down some rabbit holes and he didn't find exactly what he was looking for, and he tried anything. And then in your mind, you can start piecing things together and they start fitting. And you can, so your mind, okay, cool. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying in general, just for anyone listening. I'm not saying that this guy is doing that. I'm just saying in general. So like something that's really interesting is our mind, like the way it operates. Now remember, layman, obviously there are people way smarter than me. This man is probably way smarter than I'll ever be. I'll never pretend to know more than he does. But the way our mind works is it likes to seek comfort. It likes to seek things. It likes to know what's going on. So if we can't find out what's going on, our mind will invent things. Well, he's not 100% fact-based, based off of what he just said. Now, he's not wrong in what he said. When he said this came from Google AI Translate, we have no reason to suggest that it's wrong. That's not a fact, right? That hasn't been proven to be true. Whenever you say fact, fact means there's no way that it can be interpreted in any other way. So he's probably like close to a fact, but it's not like that one sentence right there was already not a fact. So he's not 100% fact-based. No one is. No one who's seeking truth is ever. But the reason why I'm saying all these things is because when you have, how do I say this? When you have like a, let's say there's like a, on a wall here, and you know, like you want to connect the dots to get to a point, because you know this point matters, and you already have an idea what this point is over here. It's easy to start connecting dots. It's what conspiracy theorists do. And they use a lot of data, they use a lot of things that back up their thoughts, but sometimes they're wrong. I'm not saying that about him, I'm just saying in general, the way that it works for people. I have not watched enough to make that determination of him. Just the idea of truth is rough. Whenever I hear someone say truth in a thing, red flag immediately in the back of my head, because truth is by and large subjective, unless it's purely facts. Facts typically disagree with people that say I'm truth-based or I'm fact-based. It's a dangerous game because that's people like, you can see it in MAGA, you can see stuff like that. So I'm just saying, carefully. You know what I mean? But let's see what he's got to say. I mean, this could all, you could disprove everything I just said. I could be a total moron. I could be talking out of the side of my ass.
Occur more quickly for people that have had more doses of mRNA vaccine. I mean, this kind of data that's around.
But what I was saying is the more that you take the vaccine, of course, it's going to be harder on your body. It's just if you take a healthy person and a person getting vaccines, and the guy's never going to get sick from the sickness, the guy taking the vaccine is going to get sicker than the person not taking it. You're injecting something in your body that's not meant to be there. Now, the reason you take a vaccine is to offset the potential damage that sickness could cause. So you're causing some level of temporary pain and problem to yourself. You know what I mean? Like you're causing something to yourself, and the more you take the vaccine, obviously it's going to be worse on you. However, is it going to be worse on you than if you got COVID without it? That's the real question. The question can't be, is the vaccine causing problems? The question has to be, is the vaccine causing less problems than COVID? And if you as a person are okay with that offset, that's okay. Like if you want to drive without insurance, 90% of the time you're going to be fine until you're not. You know, or you know, it's just that kind of stuff. He is smart because he knows a little. He actually knows. By fact-based, I mean he used these Okay, yes, I apologize. Yes. But remember, you can use facts to build up bad argument. I'm not saying he's doing that, because like I can use a lot of facts sometimes to think, you know, build up some arguments, and then people are like, you're totally wrong, and I'm like, hold on, bro, I looked at the data.
Now, and the fact that these vaccines are still allowed to be used is just incomprehensible now. Regulators are going to have to answer for this sooner.
Wait, hold on, why? Because of this quote?
Occur more quickly for people that have had more doses of mRNA vaccine. I mean, this kind of data that's around now, and the fact that these vaccines are still allowed to be used, is just incomprehensible now. Regulators are going to have to answer for this sooner or later, because it's just preposterous now, in my view. So the more doses you get, the sooner you're likely to die within a shorter period. Among the vaccinated, death peak emerged especially between 19 and 120 days post-vaccination. Now, this seems to be the time, sort of 3-4 months, 90 to 120 days post-vaccination.
Okay, hold on. But are these people that were going to die if they would have got COVID? Because, I mean, COVID already has a high mortality rate for those that have, they're called, there's a word for it that I don't remember. But the word that I'm speaking of is that if you are, like, let's say you have a heart condition and you get COVID, you're going to be more likely to die. If you're morbidly obese, you're more likely to die. If you already have breathing problems, when you get COVID, it could be a death sentence. Again, when you interject a vaccine into your body, you're injecting the proteins, or I mean, at least with the mRNA, I think you're injecting the proteins, correct? And it's, look, I'm a layman, boys and ladies and girls and gentlemen and whatever. I'm a layman, okay? But when you inject the vaccine into your body, you are injecting a portion. That's why you can get myocarditis from the vaccine, because you can get myocarditis, which is 17 times more likely or something like. Actually, I think it was way more than that. I said like an absorbent amount on a debate I had that did not go as well as I would hope, because I was kind of misquoted a few things. But yeah, in fact, injecting the vaccine is going to be more dangerous than not doing that. That's not why we take vaccines. And there's side effects.
Now, of course, doctors are very much aware now of the risk of myocarditis, for example.
Yes,
myopericarditis.
That's the word. Yes.
Occurring typically a day to a week, typically, after vaccination. So when it's been 90 days, 120 days, they've kind of lost interest and don't make the link anymore. But this is what this data shows, that the link is there. Now, we also did a video a few days ago, with Professor Robert Clancy, who has been reviewing a paper by an Australian statistician that shows the three, essentially the same thing, we believe. Excess deaths 3 months after vaccination. Now, we can't say more than that yet because Professor Clancy hasn't released it yet, but that's what's currently being worked on, or the review is doing. The reviewer has not yet released that paper. But it does seem to be a consistency here with the Japanese data, which of course is interesting. So 90 to 120 days, more people start dying. A significant peak forms at 3 to 4 months after vaccination.
Okay.
And I'll show you the peak in a minute. It's probably due to the vaccine's influence, with adverse reactions occurring leading to death. Remember, this is according to Dr. Murakami. Pronunciation, apologies again. Now, so it's probably due to the vaccine's influence, with adverse reactions occurring leading to death. So he sees a clear causal link between these.
Okay.
We found that as the number of doses increase, the peak of deaths appears faster. So in other words, when people have more doses, so like if someone had like 3 doses, the peak might be after about 90 days, no, 120 days rather. But if they had 4 or 5 doses, the peak in deaths would be earlier, maybe about 90 days. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
So the more vaccines, the greater the risk of death, excess deaths occurring earlier.
Makes sense, though.
After the vaccine. So we found that the number of doses increase, the peak of deaths appears faster, meaning the more doses you get, the sooner you're likely to die.
Okay.
Within a short period. So the risk increases with more doses. If the vaccine had no toxicity or didn't induce death, there wouldn't be a peak. That's the point.
No, what the fuck? That's not true at all. If the vaccine doesn't have to have toxicities. No, what the fuck? That's not how vaccines work. Anything you inject into your body is going to have... Everything you put into your body comes at a cost. Vaccines are no different. The more vaccines you get, the worse it's probably going to be for you. Now, vaccines hold off life-threatening diseases that are less bad than the vaccine. or no, way worse than the vaccine. COVID is more dangerous than the mRNA vaccine. There's already data out there that shows that. The negative side effects of COVID are almost triple to sometimes even way larger than the negative side effects of the vaccine. The vaccine is the lesser of two evils that make things more sustainable through life. Vaccines are used to prevent major issues that could also affect more than just one person. Vaccines, by and large, have saved more lives than any sickness has ever killed. The bubonic plague nearly wiped out the planet. Vaccines have made it to where those things and types of stuff don't really happen as often. Now our sicknesses are COVID. COVID killed a lot of people because a lot of people had comorbidities. But no, that sentence doesn't make any sense. And now I feel like I have to Google that doctor too to see if his opinion is worth anything.
He says. Now, this is one of the graphs that are presented here. Now, what we see is two clusters, isn't it? Two clear clusters. So the vaccinated here, roughly in that line there. I think it just stays a little bit above for quite some time.
Okay, but why are we comparing vaccinated people to unvaccinated people? That's an irrelevant thing. That's not why you get... I mean, I'll check them out, but I've done deep dives into these topics already on a handful of other sites because, you know, MAGA like to say that the vaccines are poisonous, and people like RFK Jr. are trying to ban all vaccines and want to spread disease and like, oh, you can just do natural remedies for everything. And like, Ren has already proven you can. Ren has tried all the natural remedies for his sickness. None of it worked. You know what I mean? Like, he went down that pipeline. Some things can work for some people, but we shouldn't be comparing deaths between unvaccinated and vaccinated people. That's not how it works. We should be comparing vaccinated people to unvaccinated people that have COVID, or those that have COVID.
And the unvaccinated here. Now, these figures are excess deaths. So that's the unvaccinated there.
How else would you determine a vax is safe? What do you mean? You can't compare it to unvaccinated people, because the vaccine is always going to be more dangerous than an unvaccinated person that may not have received COVID, because you're still putting something in your body that doesn't need to be there. The vaccine is there to combat a certain thing, right? That's the only way that you can compare it. That's how you check to see if a vaccine is effective. Well, but you're always going to have more people dying when they're vaccinated. You're putting stuff in your body that is adjacent to the actual disease. It's always going to be more dangerous. But that's not what you're using vaccines for. You're using vaccines to thwart a problem. You have to see what the success rate of thwarting that problem is. The unvaccinated have to be people that have COVID, and you have to see the difference between those who die with COVID and those that don't die with COVID. Yes, you can have an increase in deaths because you're increasing whatever you're putting into your body. That's true. Like, you know, and the more you put something in your body, the more dangerous you can get to it. The more sugar you drink, the more likely you get diabetes. You know, you can have a Coke every once in a while, but you can't have a Coke every day for fucking 10 years. Now, but maybe these are unvaccinated people that had COVID.
As time goes on. So we see clear differences. Now, the units here aren't entirely clear for translational purposes, but what we've got there is 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6. So this is linear. It is not a logarithmic scale. So basically, if that's the excess deaths there in the unvaccinated group, we see that the deaths in the vaccinated group are 1, 2, 3, 4, 4.5 times more. Clear white paper between the group that were vaccinated.
I do like that he has to go into such great detail about how the graph works, because look, I don't want to insult people, but so many people are dumb and they read the graph, it just doesn't work for them. All right, sorry.
and they're
And that's not a knock on him. It's a knock on like people like me, Americans, that watch this thing and I'm like, I don't understand this graph. You know what I mean?
likelihood of dying, and the group that were not vaccinated and their likelihood of dying. Now, this is based on a study of approximately, this data comes from approximately 18 million people in Japan. That's a pretty convincing sample size, meaning this data is likely to be highly, incredibly highly significant.
I feel like I need to read this whole study myself, though, because he's an objective here. He's a goal.
Notes from the graph: the number of days from final vaccination to death, the number of days from final vaccination to death, and the number of deaths. So what we see here, just it's a bit hard to see, of course. So that's the day of the vaccine there. That's 120 days there. So the peak's 90 to 120 days. That is 240 days there, and that is 360 days.
We're just gonna have to agree to disagree. I've spent thousands of hours researching this and other topics. Hey, I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. I'm just here to give you my opinion on stuff. I respect you regardless.
There. So basically, this is a year after here. So excess deaths in the vaccine group persisting basically for the full year, but significantly so for the first 240 days time. So that graph really is enough to raise questions in the mind of all regulators for all mRNA products.
Okay, but like, are we going over any data that shows that? We're just looking at a graph? Are you going to read the study, or what are we doing here?
Will, but it's enough, in my view.
Yeah, it's because you have a view. I mean, I do too.
Now, where is this from? Let me just show you some of the video here. This is the journalist concerned who facilitated this on March 29th. That call was made, and today, 15th of June, amazingly, data on the number of vaccinations for 80 million people has been compiled. So pretty impressive that they've managed to compile data for 18 million people who were vaccinated.
But you're not going to play
that's
the video?
The graph there. Compared vaccine to unvaccinated, as we saw. We've just seen that. Right, so I'm just going to... there's also this paper here, which details this to some extent. But the paper isn't a complete, thorough write-up, so we'd have to say this is essentially partly written up. A lot of this evidence comes from the video evidence that's been published of their roundtable.
I would never waste my energy trying to like change someone. Just gonna speak my mind, you know what I mean? And then if it's compelling to you, it's compelling. If it's not, then you know, hey, that's just the way it works. Let's take a look at who this guy is. Oh, where's his Wikipedia? He's probably got one if he's a big old doctor guy. Doesn't even have a Wikipedia. Oh, there he goes. That's not him. He doesn't even have a Wikipedia? Okay, like, what? Was this guy a ghost? What the fuck? Okay, well, this is even scarier. Why does this guy not have a fucking Wikipedia? Hold on, so... Okay, that's not... I can't even fact check the source that this guy's coming, like who the guy is. Like that's crazy. What the fuck? Does this guy not have a fucking Wikipedia? So the guy is almost like an unknown ghost. That's a little silly.
Table discussion. Let me show you some more on that now. So these are
and I'm not looking for the study right now. Maybe he's got his bio in here. There we go. Independent Medical Alliance. Aren't they funded by anti-COVID fucking groups? I've heard something about that before. Dr. Yasu Fumi Murakami, Senior Fellow, Molecular Oncology and Pharmacology, is a PhD and is a distinguished professor of the Department of Biotechnology and Science, Tokyo University of Science, Japan. He's earned his PhD degree from Graduate School of Pharmaceutical Science, Tokyo University, 1984. Currently, he serves as the Vice Director at the Research Center for RNA Science at Tokyo University of Science. He has an extensive academic career. Then why can't I find it? Highlighted by over 100 scientific publications. Why doesn't he have a Wikipedia then? His research spans multiple fields, including the molecular biology of the DNA, tumor viruses, genomic research, functional genomics, and the identification of novel therapeutic targets for various cancers. Additionally, he's involved in the production of those antibiotics, therapeutic. So the thing that Joe Rogan pushes, he makes it, so he has a business incentive to push it. I got it. Okay, well that makes sense. As a professor, emeritus, I don't know how to say that, doctor, through his research and mentored his work on the Research Center of underscores his commitment to advocating, understanding treatment of complex. Okay. The more you know.
Direct quotes from the video. I've just screenshotted them so we get time to look at them. These are direct quotes from the professor. Well, we tried this. This is on 18 million people, and we see the clear difference between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. And for unvaccinated peak, no peak forms, which is the expected. So that's this line along the bottom.
Well, okay.
No peak.
No shit. It's excess deaths. This is the normal death rate for people. Like, it's not gonna peak until there's a change. So I mean, even a weird comparison
there, but a rather big peak further up. First 2 weeks had fewer deaths, slightly fewer deaths. From about a month, the peak grows.
Okay, so far
with a significant peak forms at 3 to 4 months.
Graph.
Again, this is from AI translations from the Japanese. What does this mean? Doctors administering the vaccine likely think that within the same day, the next week, or a week, it's probably due to the vaccine's influence with adverse reactions occurring. Right, so what he's saying here is that the doctors in Japan, of course, know that a day or a week or so immediately after vaccine is a risk. If it's 90 days, 120 days, they don't really realise that. That's why doctors haven't realised that this is that these excess deaths are probably, according to this thinking, attributable to.
Is there a reason why you said probably? Try not to get sued, buddy.
The COVID vaccine. Leading to death, again, is a direct translation. This information has been sent to the Japanese regulators, and we do believe that regulators around the world do chit-chat to each other from time to time. So there's really no excuse for this carrying on now. This is the talk here. It includes very reputable people, including Japanese, basically Japanese prime ministers or senators.
Just because Joe Rogan... Right, no, it's not that those things are a bad thing. It's that he's in production of those things, so he has a reason to say that the mRNA vaccine is not good. He has a financial reason to. If he can discredit the vaccine, he can sell his stuff, monoclonal antibodies, and make a fucking killing. So now we understand that he has a financial reason to discredit the virus, especially because he can make billions of dollars if he does that. So now the whole study's pulled into question. It's not to say that the study's bad. We're not even reading the study. Right now we're just on a graph. And the graph so far hasn't really said much other than that people that take the thing are more likely to die, because that's just the way it works. It's the way human bodies are. I don't know about all that so far. Now, hopefully he dives deeper, and hopefully this is more than just a graph, because this so far has proved nothing.
And these are all from those from that video. Now,
you know, like, well, hold on, like, you know, conspiracists say all the time, follow the money. Right. Yeah. Well, on top of that, you always want to allege things. You don't want to. I'm going to get myself in trouble one day because I'm not going to do that, and it's going to blow up in my face. I guarantee it.
as I said, that paper we looked at before was published. I'm going to look at that in a bit more detail, probably on the next video. But this does lack a formal publication. I expect that's in process at the moment. But the fact that we've shown graphs like this mean that alarm bells must be ringing in regulators around the world. What they tend to do with those alarm bells, of course, we have limited information from. They tend not to do that much, actually, but straight hard to explain, but true. But that's the difference between the groups: vaccinated deaths and unvaccinated deaths for a sample of 18 million people. This is really quite hard to argue with. Anyway, let me show you where we've got this from at the moment. As we say, it's largely from this
here we go.
video that I showed you. So one source, you can watch the whole video there. This is from the Vigilant Fox website. Japan released bombshell vax versus unvax data on 18 million people. We need this data from all around the world. Now, this statistician that Professor Clancy is currently reviewing in Australia, he must have got hold of the vax versus the unvaxxed. Of course, in the UK, it's a secret. We're not allowed to know for reasons of confidentiality. It's interesting. I did talk to the MP David Davis, who was Science Minister a while back, and he assured me that there's ways to make this confidential. There's just no legitimate reason why the vax v unvaxxed death rates are not released in the UK. It's just outrageous censorship, in my view. Anyway, so the video is from the Information Disclosure Request Team of Japan, the journalist and the scientist and the politician. Now, we've already looked at the scientist. That is Professor Murakami. This is from the journalist concerned, that we did show a picture as well. And reluctance from the Japanese government as well. If the government won't do it, then the people investigating the mass deaths, we're talking about mass deaths here, of Japanese people, database of 18 million vaccinated people revealed for the first time. This is a key discovery. The more doses, the more peak shifts, indicating the toxicity accumulates. As we said, more vaccines, people tend to die quicker. The toxicity overlaps. The more doses you receive, the faster people will die. And that's the representative of the Japanese government there, or member of the legislature in Japan, to be more accurate. So these are the pictures from the video. There's this one as well, different graphic. Again, the quotes associated with this: we found that as the number of doses increased, the peaks of death appears faster, meaning the more doses you get, the sooner you're likely to die within a...
Okay, so then why doesn't he just fucking watch the video on here instead of, like, selectively... You know what I mean? Like, this feels like someone reading a study, and then the study will straight up say, this is not accurate, but these are just things that we found and things that we think, and then post it, and then leave out that portion of the study that claim, like, that happened with the Mueller investigation into Trump. Like, in the Mueller investigation, it pointed out to actual credible things proving Trump had actually colluded with Russia through Roger Stone and through multiple other people. And everyone will just be like, Russia hoax. And it's like, well, actually, no. What's the difference percentage-wise, and what are the vaccination protocols, i.e. who is eligible? Yeah, like, so far with what he's given us, this is not
shorter time
really deep enough.
Shows that if the vaccine had no toxicity or didn't induce deaths, there wouldn't be a peak.
That's a fucking stupid statement.
Pretty straightforward, really. And the more doses you receive, the faster people die.
No shit.
So there we have it. You can watch there's clips of the video available with translation. Don't know about a translation of the whole video yet. I expect that's to come, and we look forward to more detailed papers.
Copyright
But for now, this is enough.
All right, see you soon, Pixie.
To suspend mRNA vaccines and all COVID vaccines, in my view.
No, there's no reason to suspend
we'll
vaccines.
Look at the number of people that have suffered badly in Japan from this. I'm not going to go through it all now, but just to give you a headline figure, when we do this.
Even if vaccines killed 5% of the entire planet, but saved 95% of the planet, that's no reason to suspend vaccines, okay? We just need to do more research and more stuff into vaccines. Like, I don't know why you can be anti-vax in that way, and then, or not necessarily anti-vax, but, like, vaccines have helped people. They have saved lives. We have evidence of that. And even if a few people die, that doesn't mean you get rid of all vaccines. You have to find a way to make them safer. That's it. And we can do that. We can go deeper and deeper and deeper. And we made the mRNA vaccine in like 9 months. We can always further improve upon these things. And we can do more studying, more testing. We can find new delivery mechanisms in order to do these things. Like, to stop the vaccine outright just because some people might have a bad we would stop giving medicine because some people have an allergic reaction to it? No fucking shot.
So all now, but just to give you a headline figure, when we do this, I'll do this as the next video, I think. So the government has provided payouts for 8,432 injured people in Japan, including 903 deaths. So the Japanese government basically is...
Oh, we need to shut down all vaccines because of 900 deaths. Suck a dick. There was 18 million people in the study, 900 deaths? What?
Compensation for injured people in Japan, including 903 deaths. So the Japanese government basically has paid compensation for 903 deaths. And yet, having caused so many deaths, the vaccines are still being used in many parts of the world for various people, although the sound of backpedaling in the UK is actually quite loud at the moment. If there's that many people injured and died in Japan, it's probable that the same proportions have died all around the world, proportional to the amount of vaccines given. Anyway, we'll look at that paper in the next video. For now, let's just close with this graphic. Pretty alarming and pretty convincing differences between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated groups.
This graph means nothing to me, and his whole video is just this graph.
In terms of deaths over at least a 9-month period. I suppose according to this data, if it's more than a year since your last vaccine, your excess deaths is likely to go down. But as we'll see in the next video, it doesn't account for the cancer risk. But for now, thank you for watching this one.
So when did he make his move to being more anti-vax? It was after his vaccine injury, right? Was it a... Well, as we said earlier, you can't know things 100%. But we have an extensive... It's like, okay, you're doing the thing that... Vividness, I love you, okay? You're doing the thing that I do, all right? One time I got into a debate about whether you know a thing or not. So I'm going to sit here and I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I don't know 100% of what degree of effectiveness of vaccines are. No, it's not cognitive dissonance. It's more like I trust the experts wholeheartedly. I don't trust the guys on the peripherals trying to make money. I trust the experts because they have peer study. They have peer studies. They have, they make their stuff public. Anyone can go up against them. Like, and if a bad idea is there, we rectify it. That's how science works. That's how all of this works. You put out a theory, we operate off that theory, and then when someone comes up behind you with a better theory and replaces yours and can disprove yours, we use yours. That's how it's supposed to work. So no, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you as a layman that I know exactly how these vaccines work and the exact numbers in which they help people and that they don't help people. To say something like that would be foolish. But I also don't know that the earth isn't round. Right, but did he change his mind, right? Did he change his mind after the cultural shift in America, where it became popular to be on the right kind of side of these issues and be more anti-vax, where the money is? That's my question. Joe Rogan showed that by pushing down the mRNA and pushing mono body, whatever the fuck, the clonal antibodies or whatever, and horse dewormers and all that other shit. By pushing all that, there was a massive market of money for there. Because there's this massive establishment over here, and everybody wants to be the counterculture over here, bucking against that. And you can use compelling interlocutors that can make good arguments, that use really strong rhetoric to kind of prove their point, even though they're not proving really anything. No, he's in the UK? Okay. Well, no, I'm not saying he's American. I'm just saying there was a shift, right? When Donald Trump was running for president, there was a cultural shift, especially after he got shot. we saw a rise around the entire world of right-wing stuff. We saw that the first time in a long time, Canada was about to have a Republican prime minister, and Trudeau was getting trounced in the polls. We saw a lot of movement in Germany about their right-leaning party gaining a lot of popularity in conjunction with Trump, and because we saw massive global inflation, a lot of the pre-established norms that a lot of countries had held, all of those that were in power were kind of being thrusted out because of how hard it was. We saw that globally. We saw a global shift because unfortunately America is the largest player in that market. The reason why I say these things is because, one, you saw a lot of shifts from centrist and people that were libertarian at the time go into really hardcore MAGA talking points. Now, I'm not saying this guy's MAGA, and I'm not saying that, you know, all these, I'm just saying that did his shift happen to coincide with the market and that change? Because if it did, then he could just be chasing money. And because we saw that start happening around Joe Rogan. When Joe Rogan started making his changes, going up against the establishment on that stuff, we saw the market start to skew. And we saw a lot of new YouTubers and the alternative media sphere get taken over by people like Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, Sam Hyde, Nick Fuentes, all these people, Russell Brand, Jimmy Dore, where the money was. All of these peoples are charlatans. A lot of them switched their ideas. We even saw it with Jordan Peterson. All of them switched their ideas, their principles to follow the new market trend that was happening because they could capitalize on it because they already had pre-existing audiences. The dangerous game. I was saying something that I forgot before I started talking. So I got in a debate one time about whether or not we know things truly. I have never been to space. You have never probably been to space. Is the Earth flat or is it round? Well, we're told it's round. I believe it's round, you know. I have no reason to go against the scientific community that it's round. But until you get to space and look at it with your own eyes, can you truly know? That's the difference, right? So like when you're saying, are you sure that the vaxxers are good? Well, all of the data points that they are. And all of the scientists and a majority of the mass consensus says it is. And there are peer studies and there are reviews that you can go look into. All of these things that point to these issues. Now, can things change? Can bodies adapt? Can things like metastasize? And, you know, things just change. Can a vaccine that was good 20, 50 years ago still be good today if our body goes through a mutation or something? There are so many variables in the humanness that it's a little rough to make claims like that. So when you ask me, do I know if vaccines are safe? The answer is no. Do I trust the current science on it? Yes. Because I'm a guy who plays video games and watches YouTube videos and, you know, debates people about redundant topics that mean really nothing in the grand scheme of things, other than for us to have a good time, laugh, and possibly think about deeper issues. That doesn't mean that I'm ever going to be qualified to talk about something to some great detail like vaccines and tell you that I know unequivocal that a thing is the way that it is. But just like I don't know that the Earth is round, I believe the Earth is round because I've watched the science and we've seen satellite footage and stuff. When you exist in that pocket, well, you don't know. Well, you're right. No one does, except a very small, minor amount of people. Me and you are probably closer to the same level of knowledge on this. And I'm not saying you don't know anything. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying without physically being there. I don't know what shape this realm is, but large bodies of waters lay flat. Just saying. They don't lay flat, though. All right. We got one more to do. Well, we got a lot more stuff to do. I'm going to be on here until, what are we at now? 3 hours? We got 3 hours more to go. I mean, I appreciate the way that he broke down what he did. When the paper's out, I bet you he'll go page by page by page. All right. As of November 18th, 2024, Japan, after COVID, government has made payouts for 8,000 injuries and 900 deaths. Okay, so 900 potentially have died. Okay, out of 18 million people? Okay. One, Jordan Peterson in his video, or his thing, was claiming that there was a 20% increase of excess deaths. 20%. 900 dead of 18 million is not, is not a large amount. The amount of people that the vaccine potentially saved is, as callous as this sounds, is probably worth that. Now, as an American, it's hard for me to ever, I will never defend mandatory vaccines. I will never defend them. I will never defend a vaccine passport. I lost my job at Cox Automotive because I refused to force my technicians to get a vaccine. They told me I had to, did it. But my employees, I was not going to make them. I told my boss flat out, if I make these guys get a vaccine, every one of these blue-collar blokes are going to quit. They're going to walk out the door. Our pay is not good enough. One, technicians know that they're a rarity in our world. People willing to work on heavy-duty vehicles or vehicles in general and do stuff with their hands are a rarity. And there's a reason why these people make about $25 to $50 an hour. But guess what? They can make that money at another company that isn't about to do the thing that you're doing. And they were like, all right, dude, you're fired. So I quit that. All right, I got fired. I left that day. The next day, every 20 of my technicians quit when they told them they had to get the vaccine. They all quit. They all walked right the fuck out of the building. Blue collar boys don't give a fuck. These are your fucking champions. These are your heroes. You need them to do your job. Your business does not exist without them. You demand nothing of them other than to do your job. Okay? When they did that, every tech walked. The next day, or that within an hour, all of them got rehired. They got a raise, and they were told that they will never do that again. And they asked me to come back. I told them to suck my dick. I'm not doing it. I'm not going to work for a company that is willing to do that to their employees. I understand when I'm in management, I have to do different things. And I was making about $100,000 a year. I'll get a vaccine for $100,000 a year. I think he was in. But so I will never defend vaccine mandates or vaccine passports or any of that stuff. That's bullshit. You should always get with your doctor, confer with your doctor, and find out based off of your own capabilities and stuff like that. Like you go to a doctor, talk to your doctor about with whatever your pre-existing conditions are, what your body is, someone that you trust with your own medical information, and ask them, is the vaccine safe for you? Because you could have something that the vaccine could be counteract. You could be allergic to the vaccine. There could be things within the vaccine that are unhealthy for you. Never listen to a guy on the internet. Always go talk to your doctor. If your doctor says the vaccine should be safe for you and you already trust him with every other aspect of your life, get the vaccine. If your doctor tells you maybe you shouldn't get it, then don't get it. You know what I mean? And if someone wants to tell you you're a piece of shit for not getting the vaccine, like, bro, you don't know what my conversation with my doctor is. Fuck off. Maybe the vaccine can have a negative effect on motherfuckers that are 400 pounds. Maybe the vaccine could have a negative effect on a diabetic. You don't know these things. No one knows these things. You have to trust the experts. So I will never tell someone vaccine mandates are good. Someone has to go over there against their will and stick a needle in their arm and shove something in their arm they know nothing about. I believe in freedom. But that doesn't mean I don't trust the science and I don't trust the experts that are saying that it's a good idea to get vaccines universally. But always confer with your doctor. And no company should be able to tell me that. No president should tell me that. That's bullshit. And that's where I think a majority of people stepped away from the left and, the establishment and whoever was in power at the time, because they tried to force things on you. Compelling people through force is bad. That's why we try to compel through law. Even though laws are force, they're a soft force. They're a force like, hey, we will fuck you up if you break a law. But if you don't, we're going to kind of let you do your thing. That's how you can do things like that. Assuming you have a decent doctor. Well, that is a rough one. It's never a bad idea to get a second opinion, but if your doctor straight up says not to get it, I mean, I would never knock a guy for not getting it. I don't knock people who didn't get the vaccine. I understand it. You know, if you want to, you know, your body, your choice. I believe that for, you know, women when they're pregnant. I believe that for people when they're seeking their own medical stuff. So I will never be the guy to defend all vaccines and stuff like that, just so you know. My problem with what he was saying here was that, and it's not even really a problem. And maybe it's just because he got this, and he's got 3 million people that watch. He's got to keep he's got to keep the content going. Maybe one of these days he'll do a real deep dive into whatever's coming out. That's fair too. And I mean, with the Renegades, it makes sense. I mean, we saw in real time that a doctor really fucked up with Ren. But then we also saw in real time that one of the doctors knew it immediately. Told him straight up, bro, you got Lyme disease. It's hard. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people are malleable. People are people. People can change. People can learn. They can adapt. They can be wrong. They can be right. They can be wrong for the right reasons. They can be right for the wrong reasons. Just be careful. At the end of the day, your life is your own. No one can tell you what to do. And if they try to, may God have mercy on their soul. I imagine a lot of the people that we know in this group of this little crew gang people hanging out, we'd be a lot rougher on people if they got a little fancy with us. But you have to weigh the pros and cons yourself. Decisions are hard. I loathe going to be careful with what I say. I haven't been in a doctor's office in 10 years, man. A fly got in because I went outside and smoked a cigar. All right. We'll put the reaction to this one on the internet too, because I want to do just more than music, mainly because reacting to stuff like this, there are no copyright strikes typically. There are no, having to put my money into, having the money that goes to my account into escrow, and none of that happens when I react to like a debate or news or anything like that. They're just happy someone's watching and spreading their message. I mean, even Ren will, he does help you get out of it. But here, I'll show you what I'm talking about so you can see. Only 2 professions that doesn't work, but merely practice law and medicine. That's true too. That is true that he was a Lyme specialist. But that's kind of gangster. All right, so I want to show you what I'm talking about, so you guys. So you guys can see. I gotta switch this over to bam. All right. So whenever I upload a video, they get hit with copyrights right here, as you can see. Now when I do League of Legends, there's none. So all the money that video makes, I get. Whoa, what was that? Oh. All right. So as you can see here, even Ren's copyright. That's okay, because Ren helps you get out of it. So right now, and I even stopped using Ren's website because it usually clears up in a couple days. So what happens here is I release a video, and when I upload it, it goes through a check. And then when that happens, it'll click this off and it'll say ineligible, and I'll show you like right here through my lives here. This will happen because I was listening to a song that was copyrighted when I was playing when the last time I streamed or whatever. So it'll pop up, you cannot monetize stuff. And then you can always go into the copyright section, see details. It'll tell you, it'll tell you all of the stuff that is copyrighted. And I could probably actually remonetize these. But then you take action, you can come in and you can dispute the song, or you can cut it out or something like that. Now this is what you do for Ren. You come in and dispute the song. It'll tell you what a dispute does, and then you have to give it your reasons, such as fair use, which I wasn't using fair use, so it's not going to work. And then you obviously have to say that you're doing it. And then here you type in what it's for, song parody. Most people use reaction in here. I do not, even though I no longer see it. I've been doing commentary, and then you type in what your argument is, and then you send it, right? The reason why I say all that is because when that happens, this money stops activating. All the money that this video now would make will now go to the person who owns the copyrighted content. Why is it beeping like that? What's that? Oh, does that make that sound every time someone messages? Cool. But then when I do my request, it'll kick into something like this. It'll go into escrow. So while the copyright thing is playing out, it creates an escrow account, and then any money that account video made, depending on who wins the copyright claim, then gets that money. Now, all of these, all music for some reason goes into copyright, other than a handful, such as the Ren one didn't. That one, any video game thing doesn't do it. The videos I make from this ground up don't do it. And then Ren typically releases them. I don't know why the Cujo Beatdown got blocked for ads, but whenever I react to music, I have to go through a little battle. Whenever I react to something like this, the Japan video, I bet you there's not going to be doing anything like that. Mr. Popular. I would never say that. We already reacted to Chinchilla Cut You Off. Rin, What You Want. Those will be uploaded tonight or tomorrow morning. I have them here so I can keep a copy of the stuff from them. All right, we have one more song to react to that was on that list. Well, technically two. This one's probably a copyrighted strike. I did not know about this at all. This song, you know how I found this song? Which is a bummer. Because, oh, I can go back to, yeah. Which is Uncle Ray. I saw Uncle Ray react to this yesterday. I didn't watch the video, but I saw his face pop up and it said LCK. I was like, oh, fuck. Uncle Ray plays League of Legends? And then it dawned on me that someone probably requested that he watch it. So I didn't watch the video, but a song from a LCK video, I'm all about. So we're just gonna come over here, open up, Boss to God YouTube, paste. Whoops. It's gonna be a song, I believe, for the LCK finals, which is League of Legends in South Korea. But they usually do a performance. Whoops, wrong area. And whoops, didn't mean to do that. I saw Uncle Ray said this like as it was on the thumbnail. This performance was amazing or something like that. So we're gonna switch back over to reaction mode. We're not gonna skip because we like to make sure everyone gets paid. But this is the 2025 LCK T1 Homeground Beat Pella House Internal Ember Live. So this is my domain. I play League of Legends. I watch the World Series for League of Legends. Worlds is about to begin in October. So everyone's wrapping up and sending who they're about to go to send to Worlds. Those of you that don't know, I'm a huge League of Legends guy. I mean, here we go. I have right here one League of Legends character, and this is Katarina. Boom! I got 3 more around me. I have hundreds of figures. I have put over about 10,000 hours into League of Legends, over $12,000. It has been my addiction for years, including this one's kind of gangster though. Haha! Got my good guy Braum here, dude. So League of Legends and ironically, I didn't buy any of these. My buddy Steve did. And then when he got married and started becoming more of a grown-up, he he sent me them, and they survived the journey from California. Oh, of course. I will always try and make sure everyone gets paid, even though I don't get paid anything on YouTube. Oh, I guess I could show that to you real quick. I've kind of given up on the idea that I'm ever going to make money on YouTube because if we go look at my channel analytics, like look at this thing, dude. So if we go, I think it's earn? No, it's analytics, and then it's gonna. Maybe I'm not even supposed to show this to you. So I've made $61 out of my revenue for the month, or 67. Like, or yeah, 61. Now I know why people like push their buy me a coffee, which I'll never do that either. I'll just do what I can until I can't. You know what I mean? But like, damn, dude. I always thought ad revenue would be something dope, and you know, and I do everything in my like. So when I go in and I'll just show you real quick so you guys see what I'm doing. Full transparency here. So we're gonna pick a random song here, well, a video, and then we're just gonna go into it. Right here. So when you come in here to the monetization option of a video, manage the ad slots. So normally, if you have this automatic ad slots on, it'll put one in every 2 to 3 minutes. I come in, turn that off every video, and I manually put one in. So any video that's longer than 30 minutes, I'll put one in the beginning, one in the middle, and then one at the end. This way, if you don't want to have to watch a whole video or want to watch an ad, I always leave one at the end. This way, let's say you don't want to watch the ad, you know what I mean? You can just click away because the video is already over. Any video under 30 minutes, I just do one at the beginning, one at the end. Now, the reason why a lot of YouTubers are kind of lame is because they leave this selected. I'm going to turn this, I'm not going to save it, but if I turn this on, look how many fucking ads it puts in here. That's insane. That's more than TV, bro. And then I make like maybe $1 off the video. That's no. I'm not gonna ruin the actual watchability for like, no, fuck that. I want to be able to go back and watch a video sometimes. If I go back and watch my own video, I still get ads, bro. Ads suck. And since they don't pay shit, I'm definitely gonna make sure they're not on there. And this way, if someone wants to hit me with a copyright strike or claim my video, they ain't making shit off of me, so fuck you. But anyway, just wanted to show you that stuff. Let's go back to the reaction here. And then she said, check out legendary video of my Philly Danish guy's brother movie busking Minnie and the Moocher on the streets of New York, if I remember correctly. Oh, I'll watch it. I'll check it out here in a second. Hey, Clara said she was going to send me a video too. How come she didn't? All right. Better not forget Clara. All right. Let's do it. Is this League of Legends? It says LCK. Looks like League of Legends. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's like an acapella. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. I did not. Come on, shit. We can get up in there. All right. Let's get into it. We gotta wake the fuck up. That's what we gotta do. Oh, is it on Discord? Oh, LTG. Where's normal general? Where is it? Oh, music. Here it is. I'm not seeing it, young lady. Where is it? Oh, okay. Well, the young Clara. Right, well, okay, well now we have to come over here real quick. Fuck. I'm sorry, YouTube peoples. Let's go to the broadcast real quick. Oh no! I clicked my face. Well, no. I don't want to hear my cloud. No. Stop talking. No one wants to hear you talk, bro. Alright. How does it? It's not. How do. Wait. Can't you make them a mod? Can I only have one mod? Oh, yeah, just send it to me on Discord and I'll react to it. I don't know why it's not working. And I don't know why I can't make you a mod. That's so strange. Okay. Whatever. Alright. Oh, Canada! Alright, let's go back and let's check this out now that I know what this is gonna be. Jesus, man. Acapellas are crazy, bro. That shit slaps. There's a fly in here, bro. And it will meet its end. Ha! That's right, dude. That's right, dude. You like that? You punk motherfucker. Get sprayed. Get sprayed, dog. I gotta stop opening that window so much. Ah! We got fucked up, bro. Ew. Hit him with some Glade, bro. Kill the germs. Oh! What the? Dude! What crazy shit is this? Hold on. Okay, one, she's already singing very well. This is from, like, probably a Korean thing. So it's probably going to be a little harder for me to understand certain words and stuff, and I do apologize if that's the way it goes. It's so gangster. Like, man, that's so... She stole my outfit? Yeah, dude, her outfit is kind of on point, to be real. Dixie, why you letting her steal your shit, man? We gotta go stop that. I think you could take her. Like, I don't think there's a single instrument playing. I think every noise is literally coming from these boys. That's crazy. I don't understand. I don't... Like, I understand how you can go, like, you know, like, make it, like, basic beatbox, like... Wait, well, how do you do it? You know, like that kind of shit. But like actually sounding like a fucking instrument, bro. Bro. The day breaks the shadows, the sky starts to... And I couldn't make out the word she said there, unfortunately. How dare she? Didn't die. They did all that for no reason. Hold on, do you hear that fucking thing in the background? It sounds like a... It sounds almost like... This guy's making a sound that almost sounds like an industrial fucking... I can't... It's like, listen to like the bass line of what this dude's doing. Whoever it is. Out here. Yeah, that guy can go high. What the fuck? The lower sound sounds incredible. It's so fucking crazy. What the fuck, bro? It's not gonna. A lot of people are gonna know that. Did Faker
All your
actually
favorite
retire?
Nestle Minis
Did he?
are proud.
Or is he still playing, dude? That's a lot of language I don't understand. I always feel this way, but this team should never disband. Oh, so is the band breaking up? The live performance in a spacious room is comfortable and pleasant to the ears. The sound is almost like... Oh, a hiss just wow? See, like the same part I did, dude. I like it, dude. Alright, well now I gotta pick a... thumbnail for the video. That one. It's kind of what I wanted anyway. Gotta snip it. Ooh, girl. I'm dreaming of a world where I can be free. Alright. Save. I'm gonna have a lot of videos to edit tonight. Oh! Sometimes the difference between good music and great music is the notes that aren't played. Whoa! That's a really good sentence. Who is this guy? He's never commented before. Oh my god, I fully agree. So well said. Thank you. Oh, I guess I should have switched the other one so people could see what I was typing and who said what and all that stuff. Alright. That one is done. So I think we're done with all of the songs that were requested from... Oh, wait, no, there was one up here. This one. Whoops. Okay. I forgot that that's going to open Chrome. We'll close that. And then we have at least one more song that was requested called Electric Callboy. And that was by Dawn of Rhyme. He paid $5. Oh, my girlfriend told me I should probably stop mentioning how much people pay so we don't pressure anybody. That's probably a really smart idea. Because I don't want to blast anything. Oh, what am I doing up here? Okay, Brothers Moving Minnie the Moocher. 41 million views from 13 years ago. Whoa. Whoa. All right, some more busking. All right, I've never heard these guys. We're gonna get into this. We're gonna see what this is about. All right, we'll see what we got. this already, dude. This guy's voice is fucking fantastic, bro. Hold on, we gotta other ear this. I don't give a shit about being too loud right here. This is gangster.
She hanged around with a bloke named Smokey. Whopped it up to know he was stroking. He took her down to town to town. He showed her out to kick that gold around. Yaddy, 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 yaddy,
My boy's rocking a kazoo? Man, this guy's crazy. He's got that Monus pubis or whatever hanging out. What's that called? The angular crease?
Well, then she had a dream about the king of Sweden. This king gave her faith. She was needed. Brand new house made of golden steel. $1 million car with platinum with howdy, 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 howdy. Woody, 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 woody. Wow. Woody, 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 woody,
So like you can even see it here, man. Now this is like a little different from Ren, obviously. His busking is way different. But one, look at like the physicality of his movements. As if like hitting these registers, because he's not singing beautifully. He's singing soulfully. And I call it the blues voice, but whenever you get into that grit, he's doing the what you guys remember that song Great Balls of Fire? That's what I think about when I think about singing like bluesy. Where you get the intentional rasp in your voice that makes it sound dirty, little coarse. Not like when when you say "Great balls of fire," that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like just like the crunchiness of the voice, very bluesy, almost rock and rolly. So like what he's doing is he's doing that, but it almost feels like that level of like singing is like demanding movement. One of the best ways I can describe this is if you ever watch John Mayer play guitar. We call it guitar face, where he just makes the weirdest facial contortions while like stretching notes on the guitar when he's like up here moving down the board. It's just making his body contort certain ways. You can even see it happen to like Rin when he does certain notes and he goes high or really low. Like when we're watching this guy, his whole body is like contorting, almost like, again, like I've said with Rin, a possession. It's actually very interesting and very awesome to see. Yes, that is true. If you want to be a singer, you have to be okay with looking ugly. Yes. Especially, or even like to some extent on video at all. Anytime you do anything on video, Man, there are some rough pauses though. But yes, in order to hit certain notes, certain things, your body demands a little more from you. You know. Okay. I fucking like it, dude. It was gangster. So we gotta do that same thing. Hit it with a like. Boom. Let's see. I saw a comment here. No autotune, no fancy equipment, no model appearance, just raw talent, energy, a bunch of lads enjoying themselves and entertaining the people. Yes, and that's what music is at its best. No microphone. Yep. This feels like a random encounter in an apocalyptic game. Like, yeah, I can see that happening in fucking like Fallout. All right, let's watch the original. So we can just do it. We'll combine the two.
That yes to credit from Capital One gave me a sense of security. My kids are
Okay, we'll mute that, but I'm not gonna watch it on that player. But I want the ad to go through so the gentleman makes his money. So now I need to find. Oh, they were covering a song. Oh, that adds even more gangsterness to it. Okay, so we'll copy that. Close that. I did not know the original, so now it makes me look silly. All right, pause. Thank you. All right, now. Thumping. That could have been me shaking my leg or something. I apologize. Ooh, I kind of like that. It kind of looks to me for some reason visually. I like it. Oh, snippin', snippity doo. Boom, another video done. We should leave that open so I can copy some of the information. And then we'll do this one too. And this one's obviously just going to be that, so we'll just snip a little section of this one so we can put it on the side of that one. I have idea for the thumbnail already. Sorry about that. I guess I should do this after the video instead of getting them all now. After the stream. Oh, I've heard this song. Never seen this though. Look at that swagger, dude. Look at that swagger.
Hey folks, here's a story about Minnie the Moocher. She was a low-down, hoochie coocher. She was the roughest, toughest frail. Minnie had a heart as big as a whale. Heidi, 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 ho. Heidi, 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 ho. Heidi, 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 hey. Heidi, 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 hey. Whoa. Heidi, Heidi, ho. Heidi, 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 ho.
Damn, bro, get it. That dude is fucking going fucking ham. I'd have a heart attack just from that, bro.
He gave her his townhouse and his racing horses.
Hmm?
Each meal she ate was a dozen courses. around and counted them all 1,000,000 times. Hidey, 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 hidey. Hidey, 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 hidey. Hidey, 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 hidey.
I couldn't do This guy's awesome, bro. Like, could you imagine a guy, the voice performance makes more sense now. Yep, it does. But like, could you imagine had a man like this been born in today's influencer age? I wonder what he'd be doing. Because he's got like pizzazz. You know what I mean? Oh, that's probably where I know it from. Oh, that's dangerous, buddy. Yeah, dude. Oh my. For how long are you gonna hold that, dude?
You win.
Oh. Man.
Polydent has over 3 times more stain removal than the competitor.
We used to be so much more interesting as people. We did. Like, could you imagine an artist today doing something like that with their band? Like, this guy was a night show host, a dancer, a singer, a comedian, all in one go. Like, and then he was willing to be self-deprecating in the moment. Like, god damn, bro. Nowadays, we just have people that they have to be the most interesting. They have to be the smartest. They have to be the fastest. You can never have a moment of not serendipity. That's not the right word. I was about to say the wrong thing there. You can never really have a moment of like self-reflection. Yo, what's up? Blue Hong, what's going on, bro? You missed us watching. Don't worry, anything you missed will be uploaded in the video today or tomorrow morning when I get done. So we're gonna be keeping that up so I can give them the proper credits and stuff like that. This man was born almost 120 years ago. Now we're looking at him perform on the internet. Good stuff. Yep. Well, that's gonna be a like for me. What a crazy concept. What if, like, yes, people take themselves way too seriously. Ricardo, what's going on? What? Can you imagine? We sit here and make content, and what if like the channel never blows up, which is fine. I'm happy right where I am. But let's say in 100 years, when like 4 generations from now, people are gonna come around and watch things long after we're all gone. Well, watch them come out with a cure for death after I die, and then all of you guys get to outlive. But the thought that I'm having is that wouldn't it be interesting that if something that wasn't popular now became very popular long after the moment has passed? Sounds interesting. I like that idea. I like that. There's always hope, right? It may not benefit you in the here and now, but God knows what it can do for the world in the future. All right, now we got to get to the Dawn of Rhymes request. Had any poutine yet? No, I don't think I have. I had something called... Maybe. Wait. What was it called? I know it's the first night I got, or the second night I got here. My 420 cousin. Let's just say I have a reason why flies were in here is because I went outside with well, I can't show it to you because I don't want to get like any little minimal amount of ads I get taken from the record. But we had it's a dish that was made in Ukraine where it was sausage and essentially dumplings with bacon. The shit slapped. I feel spoiled. I've had 4 home cooked meals since I've been here. I did have salad. Don't worry, Miss Clara. Magic gummies, love. Oh, we got those too. I'm gonna. Well, okay. Look, I had a very sad moment here. I'll just switch to full cam while we're doing this for a minute. I had a sad moment in my life on the way up. I was in Devil's Lake, about 100 miles or 80 miles from the border in North Dakota. And I laid in bed, I called my girlfriend, and we were talking. And for some reason, we popped up the idea that, like, oh, I was smoking weed. That's what I was doing. I was smoking a joint. And then she's like, make sure you don't have any of that on you when you cross. And I was like, oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. So then I already did this before I left, but for some reason, I had the idea because it was my last joint, so I killed it. And I get up, and I realize I'm reading the article of the people saying that they're crossing the border, and then people got hit for having bongs. And I was like, fuck. I gave away a $130 bong that had three percolators in it when I came up. I didn't have anywhere to safely put it in the van, and I didn't want a bong floating around. So I gave it to one of my good friends, but I had 3 other bongs and like 4 pieces with me. And then, of course, stuff for dabs and stuff like that. And, I had to break them all. Because apparently they have dogs at the border, and if they smell any resin on it, they can hit you for drug trafficking. And I'm one of the most unlucky people on earth. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong. It's just the way it works for me, unfortunately. So I even though I cleaned them all before I left, I shattered about $400 worth of weed stuff before I got here. So I am now bongless. I did fuck up, and I kept one thing. I kept my nail, only because it was a $50 nail. And I didn't clean it the best, so I'm surprised I didn't end up in jail. And it was a sad day for me. I've been collecting that forever. Well, and I did fuck up, and I kept one thing. I was willing to risk it. I kept Excuse me. I kept my one hitter that one of my techs gave me at Tire Choice. He gave it to me 2 weeks before he had a heart attack, and unfortunately he passed. And I was willing to risk jail for this one. I'm not gonna lose this one hitter ever. I won't break this bitch. But so I shattered so many bongs and pipes and stuff like that. I had my first bong I ever bought with me that I've held on forever, and unfortunately I put it in a bag and smashed it in the side of the trash can when I went in for a shower. It was a sad day. As a stoner who's collected my bongs and pieces for a very long time, it was one of the hardest moments. You know what I mean? Like, those things have been with me longer than, well, you know, a lot of things. But you know, we got it. We got through the border. We made it, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to end up in a jail cell, bro. Because apparently, if you come in with any resin on there, if any resin is left over, and I was reading, so I went to Reddit, like, because obviously I was late at night waiting for the melatonin to kick in the back of the van, reading stuff. And apparently, one guy tested this thing, and he like put just what is it? It's called the end part of a joint. He like this, you know what I mean? He put something like this under dirty laundry in a box in the back of his vehicle, surrounded with like a bunch of other stuff in a sealed thing, and the dog still found it. So it's like, okay, I'm breaking bongs. I gotta do it. It has to happen. So that was my heartbreaking story coming to Canada. But I made it, and everything has been good. Like I said, dude, I've had 5 home-cooked meals since I've been here. I wake up in the morning with her when she goes to gets ready for work. I came out, she had breakfast made for me. I'm like, what are you doing? You have to go to work. My job is YouTube. Like, there's no, like, yeah, my job is very important. I really like helping people and talking to people about the stuff we're doing. But, like, there's not a time frame on when I gotta start doing these things. You know? So, I had lasagna the first day. That shit slapped. I haven't had lasagna in 10 years. And then that morning for breakfast, I had coffee with what was that shit? She's got like a protein in it she even went and got taurine because she knows I love Red Bull. Like, dude, what? Renegades love weed. We should. Weed is beautiful. Only for those that it's not. There are a handful of people that have a hard time with it. And for those that do, stay away. But for the rest of us, let us enjoy our stuff. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, dude, it's fucking weird, dude. I've been eating healthy stuff. Like, there's green stuff on my plate all the time now. What? Also, like, things taste different in Canada. I don't know if anyone's ever been. Well, okay, many of you are, you know, way more culturally not privileged, that's not the word I'm looking for, culturally nuanced than I am. Like I'm telling you, man, all my food was trash. The best lasagna. Yeah, dude. What else did we have? There was another, I don't remember. My brain barely works, I feel. Fuck. Like I said, it's been awesome. Been awesome, bro. I didn't know happiness was supposed to be a thing that someone like me was supposed to have. My job is to be miserable and complain about everything on the internet. That's what I did for years. You know what I mean? All right, we got to get into this other song. Time's coming down. The young lady should be home here in a little bit, so, you know, got to meet her at the door and want to give her foot rubs and stuff. I would put a bag of grounded beef. And you're eating your greens? You're damn right. I had broccoli, bro. Broccoli. And it wasn't bad. I mean, it wasn't, like, good, but it wasn't bad. You know what I mean? Ate a salad? Like, fuck, dude. My pants don't fit anymore already. I've only been here a week. Or like 4 or 5 days. Wait, no. It'll be a week on, I think, Wednesday. I think I'm going to lose weight pretty quickly. Then I have to buy pants. You know what the worst part is? You know what the worst part is? I burnt so many of my clothes. I had all of my old clothes, and I was like, well, I'm fat as fuck. So I burnt them all. All the clothes I used to wear before, I kind of lost my job and, you know, let things get a little crazy. You know? My size got a little bigger and stuff, but have to be fresh though. Yeah, everything does have to be fresh. Well, the crazy thing is, she's got a garden in the back where she grows a lot of her fruits and vegetables. So I'm eating like truly fresh stuff. It's fucking weird, bro. It's a fucking different world. All right. So he said it's called Electric Callboy. And he said the song was called Hippa? Let's see here. Dawn of Rhymes. Don't worry, buddy. I'm going to get it. It's going to be awesome. Or she's going to get sick of me and stab me in my sleep. So I don't think that's the case because, well, she might. 50 million views? Oh, all these popular songs, you people. No, I'm joking. Wait, which one's which? There's Electric Callboy featuring Sasha. He didn't specify which one. Are they around the same? This is probably it. This is like the big one. This one's probably. All right, let's see it. Let the ad play. Yeah, like it's just an interesting experience, man. She also, where is it? Here we go. Arg! I can't do the Pokemon thing where I bend down in front of it, you know what I mean? Like, because no one wants to see the cheeks of doom. Arg! She keeps saying we're going to put this on the wall. I keep telling her we don't need to. Because I'll never say this in one of my videos, and she knows that. So she made a sign that says like, comment, and subscribe, and then buy me a coffee. Jesus Christ. I'm a spoiled boy. I'll find a link. Well, Claire, you still need to send me the link to your ex-husband's video. I'm waiting now. Let me check my direct messages again. I do not have it. I do not have it. I do not have it. Come on, video. We're almost there. Oh, I need to switch over back to the reaction. There we go. I was watching an ad. That's what was happening while I was typing stuff in. All right. So, let's see what this is about. Just so everyone knows, this one was requested over here by Dawn of Rhyme. You know, Dawn of Rhyme told me he raps and stuff, and he's a metal, and he's a. Maybe I need to go check out. I'm gonna go check out his YouTube. Maybe I can react to one of his songs. You know what I mean? Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, it says, "Hey man, I'd love to see you do some Electric Callboy." Thinking hypa. Since that was my introduction, I promise this one needs no prior knowledge. Cheers. All right, just for a little backstory, Dawn of Rhyme requested Cujo Beatdown. But in order to do Cujo Beatdown, we had to do the other two videos, Sick Boy and why Sick Boy was off the internet. So it took me like a month to get to it. Because as soon as he put the request in, I added Cujo Beatdown or the Sick Boy series to the voting pool because obviously I want to see it. You know, Dawn of Rhyme has been around for a while. He's been a long contributor to the channel and helping out and pointing me in directions and stuff. And he shows up in almost every video with a wonderful comment. So obviously I want to make sure his video gets in there. But it took like a month to get there. And then like I remember reading, he was like, man, because I did Sick Boy, and I left a message to him. I was like, I'm so glad we're finally getting to your request, man. I can't wait to knock it out. And he's like, well, I requested Cujo Beatdown. It's like, but I know you have to do these other ones. But damn. You know what I mean? So that's why he said that cute little, I promise this one requires no previous knowledge. All right. This is the most tabs I've ever had open. I'm kind of freaking the fuck out right now. Yes, and it was worth it to go through the whole thing. 100%. All right, are we ready? We diving into this, guys? It's 5 years old, so it was around 2020. Worth it. Oh my god, okay, so these guys are already kind of reminding me of like sexy, was it LMAFO, like Lonely Island, these type of guys and stuff like that, or Flight of the Conchord. Flight of the Conchord is awesome. Oh, that came out of nowhere. Thank you. Now we're in my domain of fun. Okay, cool. Okay. Love me some metal. Let's get into it. What a fucking fucking mix-up, man. I didn't think that was gonna. I thought we were about to get in some joke-ass rap. Like, let's go.
There's a fire on the floor anytime you went to club. Your body moves, hypnotize me. You are my drug, you're everything I want. I will give my soul, I will connect you with one. On your letter, well, let me see you shake your ribs. Let it crack back. I want the juice on your lips. Let it like that. I wanna know that it's true. You're dancing for me, and I'm living for you.
God, these guys seem fun as fuck, dude. I bet you they're awesome to drink with, man. Ooh. Dude, I used to play with those things when I was a kid. Holy fuck, that's a flashback, bro. Okay, he said, I'm dancing. You're dancing? No, wait. You're dancing for me, and I'm dancing for you. That's kind of like a cute little line when you think about it. Ricardo says, fire, Kate. Now she stole my... Yes! Oh my god, please give me more of that. These guys are awesome, dude. This is sick. I don't know what it is about metal bands willing to have more fun than most others. I don't know, it's a strange thing. Metal bands always seem like they're willing to be the joke all the time. It's really awesome. They don't take themselves serious. This reminds me of that guy we just watched, the one that the Blues Brothers was based off of, in the busking video. Willing to make fun of themselves is awesome, and they're not taking it seriously, despite having sick fucking music, crunchy fucking riffs, and good like it's so sick, dude. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. See, they even did a mix-up in there to like. So you always, if you're gonna do a mix-up, you typically do it before the end of the third. And any chance we do Germ by Kate Nash, take a look at it. I got about an hour and 15 minutes left, and I did have one thing I wanted to watch, but we'll take a look at that too. And I might do it later because I was gonna watch it. Destiny wants to meld with Ezra Klein, but since it's 42 minutes, we'll save that for tomorrow morning. But there is one song I want to show you guys by Ginger. Now, it's not a reaction from me. I've heard it before. And I don't want to lie to you guys. It's not my business. But there's one thing I want to show you guys in this song called Pisces. But we'll watch that one next. Your Germ by Kate Nash. I'll go look it up here in a second. I forgot what I was saying about before I paused and I was going into a thing, but my mind barely works these days. Oh, we were talking about the mix-up and like the reason why you usually do your big mix-up and you get pretty crazy and like while you're going to the third verse, because it helps build up the build-up. It helps build up the build-up. It helps work towards the big ending that you might be working towards. And the reason I say that's cool is because like there's songs like that off the top of my head that I could think of is like Joseph Arthur in the Sun. He does his first 2 verses normal and the 2 choruses, and then he has this crazy breakdown thing, and then he does a different third one. And the same thing can happen with like Zakk Wylde's Book of Shadows, Love is Dead is Love Can Leave You as Dead, or Love is Dead as Yesterday, or something like that. I think the song is called Dead as Yesterday. It's about how love can give you all the strength in the world that can make you wish you were dead. In between the verses, they do a weird mix-up to where it can add a little anticipation while moving towards things. You're also going to find out that there's a way that things can get sappy that I don't like. But so far, this mix-up was awesome. And I like how they worked it in like that.
Step by step, getting closer to you. Step by step, getting closer to you. Dance, baby, dance. I wanna do it.
These guys are awesome, dude. Oh my god, that was awesome. Get your choice of juicy. Alright, that was awesome. So while that's doing this ad, let's look let's see. It was called, let's go to YouTube first. Did it. You know Hanabi? I might, but it doesn't reckon. I might, if they've made music or something, I might hear something in there. But no, the name doesn't ring a bell. Germ, Kate, Nash. What it is? Wow, this doesn't actually have a lot in it. 59,000 views. That seems light. Alright. Alright. Now you know what to serenade. Yes, exactly, dude. Whoa. Oh boy, can you get out of there? There we go. Tee. Alright, I got other side. I'm pretty sure Japanese girl metal. Oh, I might have heard a song or two by them, like if it's ever been attached to an anime. Are they similar to baby metal? Love Kate. Oh, here we go. That's gonna fucking, that'll be a dope thumbnail. Oh, I even love the way they're doing, this guy's doing the lips, man. This is glorious. Alright, save as. Boom. Cool. That one is ready. Let's see. Got a comment here. Holy shit, I'm from Dayton, live in Charlotte, North Carolina, grew up in Inglewood, lived in Fairborn for a minute, spent 20 years. Damn, that's crazy. Fuck, there's another Chinchilla song, 1.5. There was another one. Alright, I gotta do that one tonight too. Fuck, alright, cool. Alright, Kate Nash, here we go. Way better than baby metal. Shit. We might have to add him to the docket. We might have to squeeze him in tomorrow. Let's see, it's 2:18. Alright, so this song is by Germ by Kate Nash. It has 59,000 views. Incredible message, but also a banger. Alright, well let's see what we're working with.
Girl, listen up. You're not radical. You're you're not rad at all. Girl, listen up. You're not radical. Exclusionary, regressive, misogynist. Now you're not rad at all. I feel no threat from any trans person that might be in the toilets. I've never felt threatened by a trans person, as it turns out. The 69,958 rapes that were reported between October 2023 and September 24 in the UK do slightly concern me though. 91% of people prosecuted for sexual offences are cis men aged 18 plus. The biggest threat to cis women sadly comes from cis men. These stats are from Rape Crisis. Girl, you're not radical.
Well, look, I'm not going to disagree with what she just said, but it kind of makes sense, right? Like, can a woman even rape another woman? I don't like to say that word out loud, but like, because I think, don't we deem rape technically through that kind of penetration? Like, there's a reason why we couldn't say Donald Trump was a rapist. He was a molester, or he sexually assaulted somebody, but like on a technicality, he didn't rape somebody, even though the way that we would describe the word is that he raped someone against their will. So if that's the way that it works, of course, a majority of the people that are going to commit rapes are going to be men, because it's the only way you really can rape somebody. Apparently, we need, what is it? Is penetration a requirement? I don't know how Donald Trump got away with molestation over rape. I don't know. But yes, what she's saying is true. By and large, a majority of things that happen wrong towards women, on the physical side of things, judge called it. He did call it rape, but not in the initial case. I think he had to later come out and say that if you were to take the Norman culture of the word rape, we would include it as rape. But I think that he wrote it as sexual assault on the thing. He was found guilty, I think, of sexual. It could totally be wrong. I haven't dug too deep into it. I just know I like to throw it in MAGA's face. That they voted in a guy. Like they say, think about all the people being trafficked and the rapes, and it's like, well, that's crazy. You voted in a guy who raped somebody. That's crazy. The double standard, the hypocrisy. That's crazy. But yeah, I mean, if you hate trans people, there's an issue here. Trans people are not a threat to you, and the fact that libertarians and these people that are supposed to be the guys that believe in the Constitution and the are against people changing their gender is just insane. We might need to put certain guardrails in certain areas, like maybe in sports or something. That's not the deaf. Everywhere. Oh, okay, well, yeah, yeah, and also she's talking about UK, so this could be a whole different country. But yeah, it also makes sense though. So like, even a majority of physical crimes that involve aggression are always going to be perpetuated by men, because the domain of violence is usually is pretty dominated by one side of the spectrum on gender. Men typically do a lot of the physical violence, and women do a lot of, like, not necessarily the emotional violence, but women are more known for reputation destruction, which is not good either. But men are always going to be the ones that perpetuate violence. I mean, I think it could be tied to, like, what's the word I'm looking for? It could be tied to something as, like, an elevated level of testosterone in men. It could be tied to, like, a level of that, like, or not a level, but, like, because men are taught that violence is probably one of the only ways that can solve their problems. Men are more prone to anger, and women are more prone to sadness. Like, there's just so many different variables that, like, obviously these are generalities. None of these speak to all women, all men. Like, there are women on different spectrums and different things. You should never lump people into a whole group, but yeah, men are obviously going to be more, violent. Some of it's, my son is at super high risk for experiencing violence statistically. Yes. Statistically speaking, trans people are going to suffer more violence. And even worse yet, sometimes I was taught violence, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, like, I came from a Republican home. My father was a Navy man. He's also spent the last 42 years of his last career at the end of Raytheon. My father was a nerd, you know what I mean? He taught me violence was wrong. And then I did get violent a lot when I was younger, you know, because a bunch of stuff was going in a bunch of directions. But, I mean, I was taught pretty early on that violence was pretty bad. You know, I was slammed into a lot of tables and stuff, so I might have gotten lucky and just, despite having super Republican parents, I had just really good parents that taught me to not judge people by the color of their skin, not be violent, you know. And then other stuff I had to learn on my own. But, and it's weird too, because now when I talk to my parents, they're like on a whole different spectrum. Like some of the stuff they say to me now, I'm just like, what happened to you? Mom taught me that, but I will not teach that to my daughter. I, however, being a teacher in jiu-jitsu so that yes. And yes, that's another thing we should do. Women should be empowered and taught ways to defend themselves. And I honestly think that women should own guns or some form of self-defense, because no matter how big and strong a man is, you pull a gun or a knife on him, you can kind of equalize that situation pretty quick. And muscles can't beat bullets or blades. You know what I mean? And yeah, not to say that women can't be violent or teach violence or anything like that. We have some serial killers that are women. We have some of the greatest horrific things that happened in the past were done by countess and queens and stuff like that. Some women nearly conquered the world at one point. You know, people are people. Your gender might be some importance to it, but your gender doesn't define who you are. No thank you to a gun. Hey man, I personally believe we should arm every trans person in America and around the world. I truly believe that. I think that every person who is trans should be fucking packed to the gills with enough ammunition to level a fucking battlefield. And, you know, if you want to go run your mouth to a trans person and get physical, best of luck, homie. I'm sorry, I paused that way too long. But something like this is going to make me talk about a lot of stuff, just so people know. I apologize. Make sure we're on YouTube and not over there.
Stats of rape crisis. Girl, you're not radical.
I don't agree with guns from UK. I would love to hear all government around the world to ban manufacturers' gun, and that counts for even the armies. I don't know about that. I agree in the sentiment. If we can get rid of all guns tomorrow, that'd be good. If we can get rid of all nuclear bombs tomorrow, that would be good. But the problem is, I don't think realistically you could. And I think that by allowing, you know, law-abiding citizens to have guns to protect, I don't like the idea of trusting the police to protect me. I just don't. I really don't. At the end of the day, I don't think anyone's going to give a fuck about you in a moment of crisis. Cops, I understand. Cops don't like stop crimes. They just give out justice for when crimes are done. They don't prevent things. You need some forms. Yeah, that's a perfect analogy. You can't, I just wish for it. Perfect analogy. Or not analogy, but perfect statement, yes. In a world without guns or violent means would be awesome, but at the end of the day, two people will just pick up a stick and kill one another. Now, granted, maybe the wounds would be less severe and be easily medically treated, but weapons are weapons. The police here don't have guns. Well, if I'm ever going to commit a crime, I'm going to the UK with an assault rifle, because no one's going to be able to stop me. Like, what are they going to do? Tackle me? Gun is a giant equalizer, bro. I'll blow every motherfucker away if they did that. The cops should have guns. They need to have guns because the criminals have guns. You can smuggle guns in. You don't want... Back to bow and arrow days. Yeah, not exactly. At the end of the day, mankind is going to find a way to kill people. And like mankind does with all things, we just get better and better at it over time. Like we can play the guitar better and better every time we do it. Every time we practice war, gotta get better at it. We find more effective ways to be terrible monsters. But yeah.
Exclusionary, regressive, misogynist. John, yeah, you're not right at all. Girl, listen.
UK arms are 100%.
Women are facing serious dangers, not during boxing matches.
Exactly. Oh, so this was made after the trans. Okay, when the Republicans were attacking. Was her name Amin Camille? I can't remember if I said it correctly. Well, that might be different. I'm pretty sure. Spare my language here, but a redneck. I'm pretty sure a redneck in his bunker is probably one of the safest people on earth. The only thing that's probably going to kill him is the diabetes flowing through his veins because, you know, America doesn't take care of its citizens and they allow terrible food to get in. Not like, you know, preservatives and other things. Yeah, I would argue that one of the safest places in the world is to be best friends with a hardcore redneck who owns like a bunker and 32 assault rifles. Because if you can get in that bunker, ain't nothing ever going to kill you, bro. You just might run out of food. That might be the safest place on earth.
Or from trans people needing a piss, but from actual violence that is carried out against them every week. According to End Violence Against Women, every 3 days a woman is killed by a man. More than 100.
Yeah, I understand what she's doing, but this is dangerous. We already have a massive, super regressive feminist movement in the world that is the reason why Donald Trump won the election. Like, you can't be a super feminist and go around and tell men that they can't talk on a majority of topics. And then no man cares that Roe v. Wade was overturned. You told us it wasn't our spot to talk about it. You told us we weren't even invited to the table. And then now when it's time to vote for your rights, it's like, well, I mean, I voted for him. I'll defend him. But I understand why men would just tune the fuck out. You can't shit on men. Like, there are counter statistics that can go against this. Like, men are falling behind in every area in America right now. At least in America. I can't speak of other cultures, but they're getting dumber. They're getting more conspiratorial. They're not going to college. They're usually in about, 10 states, they're like a grade below. In 50 states, they're like half a grade below the girls. Now, maybe that could be because women mature faster and there's so many things there, but the insane amount of leftist shit that's been going on for years, like the fact that if you ask a trans person to like relay that they were trans is transphobic, or if you're not willing to date a trans person, that makes you a transphobe. No, like the insane culture war left stuff is what put Donald Trump in power. So I agree with what she's saying. To make it like a song like this and to like perpetuate like that men are the villains of the world, that's dangerous. And it's what led to the situation that we're in now, to where now trans people are losing their rights more so than ever. Like, we can't do the whole men bad thing. Ooh, we just got a new subscriber. Let's see here. With trans, I do not agree with men change to women and then get into a sport. I agree with that. Yeah, a man, a trans, a man, someone who was born male and then transitions into a female. Master is taken, not given. If you were born male and you transition to women, you should not be able to compete in sports with other women. Wholesale. And a majority of Americans and a majority of other countries and a majority of people agree with that. We're seeing massive countries around the globe roll back and put limitations on that thing because there's an inherent bias, an inherent advantage of those that are born that have gone through male puberty. By doing so, your body is going to be naturally stronger, faster, and bigger than those that are not. You're going to hit harder, you know. It makes sense. And as a leftist, I no longer defend that position because it's literally what cost us the last election. It's the reason why every time you bring up a debate with a MAGA guy, the first thing they do is, what is a woman? What is a woman? Do you defend men beating women? And it's like, I want to talk about a fiscal policy. I don't give a shit about this one topic. In the spirit of fairness, I'm not going to go down that route. And no, I'm sorry, Ricardo. I'm sorry, dude. Some sports, if you go, yes, over time, if you are on those things, your body will slowly start to change. I've read the studies. I've had this argument with AI. I've had this argument with other people. And the amount of people that are doing it are so small. I don't care. I don't care. It's that simple. I just don't care. I'm not going to sit here and fight for this one thing when it makes up less than 1%, less of a 1% of a 1%. There's like 900 trans athletes in the world. I'm not going to lose the rest of all of my political coverage to defend this one point. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to die on this hill. It's not going to happen. Especially when every time, I don't agree with the left, any of the left. Well, you should agree with a little bit of it. Some of it's factual. What was I going to say? Something that's really important is that I care about political effectiveness. I care about reforming the medical industry so people like Ren never go through the shit that he goes through, so that the renegades don't go through what they're going through. I'm not going to go fight the battle whether or not trans people can go play basketball or swim. I don't care. I'm not going to do it. I've watched the culture war for the last 15, 12 years. I'm part of Gamergate. I've been against the radical feminist and the radical left for so long. I'm not going to stand on that hill. I'm on Twitter. I follow so many trans women that I think are gorgeous. I'm a huge advocate for trans people doing, whatever they need, But that being said, I get called the chaser. I'm a chaser. Me. A guy who's voted for the rights to put them in there because I find some trans women attractive. And then these people will sit here and be like, oh, well, you're a chaser, dude. Like, all you care, like, I'm just some sexual commodity to you, and all you care about is trying to impregnate me. You don't give a shit about my rights or who I am as a person. Like, what is it? Even if that's true, what does it matter? I'm voting in favor of the stuff you want. But the fact that the radical left, the ones that are so far extreme to the left, that they just want to bash people like me because I'm, holding them up? Because I'm a white male? What? When I was growing up, I was called a nerd and a loser because I was into femboys and trans people. I was called gay by all of my friends and everyone around me. You know what I mean? Like, I was attracted to feminine men and people who transitioned into men. I was called slurs by the far right. The crazy thing is now, I'm called slurs by the far left for the same attraction that I can't control. And then we're just, oh, well, you're a chaser. Oh, that's the same thing as calling me gay or a faggot. What are you doing? It's the same insult. Why does the far left get to do the same thing that the far right does and no one gives a shit? It's okay. It's all Gucci. You having a unique insult from me for liking you as a person. What? I'm fucking confused. There is no world in the... It's like if you're a moderate, leftist, liberal, the whole world is against you. You always have socialists and those people on the far left that will say, cut a liberal, a fascist bleeds. Okay, liberals got women the right to vote. Women got black people the end segregation, they ended slavery. Liberals ended Jim Crow. Liberals created fucking vaccines. Liberals have changed the fucking world. And then you have the far left, this ideology that literally all they do is purity tests. All they do is say, if you're not as left as me, you're not part of the solution. And then you have the far right. And then in the middle, you literally get kicked in the dick. How is it the fact that I can go to school as a young man being attracted to all the emo boys, getting called gay and faggot by all the people, and then as I get older, and then I fight, I march for gay rights and trans rights, and I do everything in my power to give them the world that they want, that they desire. And then when they start getting those things, they turn on me and start saying that I'm the problem. Nah, fuck that. I'm done dying on their hill. I'm done fighting their fight. I'm not doing it. I'm going to just defend rights, and then I'm going to go after fiscal responsibilities. I'm not going to be in that corner. I will defend their right to do it, but I'm not going to sit here and die on crazy battlefields, such as should a former man beat a woman. Not doing it. I'm not playing that game. I'm not going to get caught into a stupid argument that has nothing to do with the shit that matters now. I want to talk about how Donald Trump is a fucking liar. I want to talk about how all of these things that he's doing is immoral and goes against the Constitution. I want to talk about those things. By jumping on this hill, I'm stuck. And the people in the middle for Democrats got stuck there. They got stuck there defending things they didn't believe in. And then because of that, the culture shifted. Enough people were on one side and it changed the culture. Right now, we have a right-leaning culture where people are okay with being racist. That's real. You can just click Twitter right now. You'll see the N-word 19 times. No one cares anymore. All the stuff that liberals have fought for 30 years, we lost because we Because of the fucking trans movement, man. We put our heels in the ground and we said this is the movement we were willing to die for, and it fucked everything up, man. Now we're losing gay rights, we're losing trans rights, there's a possibility women can start losing their rights. What, for this? So women can, trans people can go fucking box? No, fuck that. That's ridiculous. I'm not saying trans people shouldn't box. I'm saying that if we want to make a league for these individuals, we should have more people transition. And when more people transition, we can create a league for it like the Women's League. Yes, it's fucking crazy. And I'm sorry, maybe this is just something that I've been internally battling. If this has offended you, I apologize. But the far left has been my enemy number one. I am at war with Hassan Piker. If I can make it my life's mission to end that fucker's influence on fucking 4 million people that follow him, I will. That motherfucker is a piece of shit. He single-handedly won the election for Donald Trump. He does more damage to the left movement than anybody alive. He's a double agent, bro. Anyone who advocates for the stupid shit that he advocates with almost no fucking knowledge on any goddamn topic, while living in a $3 million home, while having all of the things he's ever had provided to him, while coming from Turkey, while his dad was one of the richest people around, and his first job was working for his fucking uncle at the Young Turks, and then giving a career by destiny, by platforming him after his Charlie Kirk debate. Fuck that. This motherfucker's earned nothing, and then he sits there and talks about how we need to kill fucking the landlords and the people of the second, slightly higher in society. And then, of course, when he becomes a millionaire, he starts talking about how millionaires are bad, and now his only problems are with billionaires. Interesting that is, you know what I'm saying? But, like, he still lets people donate to him. He gets millions of dollars from ad revenue, and he still lets his viewers working a 9-to-5 that hate life donate to him. No, something is wrong there. That's bullshit. All right, I'm sorry. I went on a way long tangent. I apologize. Well, let's read some comments before I continue. It said, help me. I don't like speaking politics. This is far out of my election. Sorry. I'm sorry, Master Reacts. Yes. Yes, I will say that the boxer was not trans. She was born a woman. I'm not saying that. Yes. And then, okay. Well, what is the site over many months? You can see how the TOP plays us all against each other. It's true. It's stupid. 100% elections should be voted on policies, not personalities. A lot of money was spent on making you think that. I disagree. But you know what? You might be right. America has missed a trick by shifting Bernie Bros. Sanders for Hillary. Yeah, you're right. I would honestly say that, because I didn't vote in that election. I didn't vote in 2016. I hate Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton said that video games make... This actual quote from Hillary Clinton, one of the dumbest fucking bitches to ever live on this earth. She came out on a public television set and she said playing video games has the same effect, or it can cause the same level of violence in a person as drinking or lead exposure does in water. There is no scientific evidence to suggest that. There's none. No one can tell you that that's true. And this dumb bitch, while working for, what was his name, George W. Bush, ran on that. And she said that by playing video games, you're going to become a fucking serial killer. That's stupid. I'm not voting for a bitch that wants to ban my hobby. Not doing it. Remember, there are paid saboteurs on both sides. Yeah. But you got to remember, I've been in the political game for a long time. I started on YouTube as an atheist, doing the atheist debates with Christians, and then I started on YouTube during Gamergate, and I was pro Gamergate. I was against Anita Sarkeesian. I thought that she was because she made the same argument that Hillary Clinton did. Video games make you sexist. No, they fucking don't. Now, are they sexist people that play video games? Yes. Video games are going to make you sexist. Do people use video games to sell to the male gaze? Yes. Video games don't make you sexist. Do they use sexist tropes to sell video games? Of course they do. But you can't have a nuanced conversation about that because everything's sexist. That's all. That's all they say. I hate it. Anyway, and then after that, I was against the PC culture that was happening when they were coming after cancel culture and stuff like that. Dude, I'm telling you, I was on the pipeline to become MAGA. I was on the pipeline. There was a time I was listening to Andrew Tate when he first started blowing up. I was on the pipeline, bro. But then I saw the Joe Rogan sphere start getting ridiculous, and an intellectual dark web start to get ridiculous. The arguments no longer were on about facts, they were on about feelings, and I was like, oh. So as they get into power, they just become the thing they critique. She would have been better. She would have been better than Trump. And that's the way. So the way that it works, for those, like, you guys already know. The way that it works is that, yeah, I was MAGA adjacent, dude. I was watching people like Matt Christensen, who actually ended up getting paid by Tencent. No, not Tencent. Tenet. Sorry, Tenet. He was part of the scandal there. Matt Christensen. I was watching him. I used to watch Tim Pool before he went super MAGA. I used to watch Jimmy Dore because I didn't like the Young Turks, but he left them, and then he went super MAGA. I watched Joe Rogan. I used to watch Eric Weinstein, Brett Weinstein, even Russell Brand at one point. And then all these people lost their mind during the lead up to the election. And I was like, oh, I'm out. I was huge into Jordan Peterson. I even liked a little bit of Ben Shapiro from time to time. I just liked his, when people came in with bad arguments and he'd eviscerate them. But like, I remember I used to watch Dave Rubin when he was like, his conversation with Larry Elder, still to this day, is really good. Larry Elder kind of blew him apart, and I don't even like Larry Elder, you know what I mean? You know, so like, I was in the pipeline, you know, I mean, I was pro Kyle Rittenhouse. I think Kyle Rittenhouse did everything good. Tim Pool video on South Park is hilarious. Yes, I actually watched that. Holy fuck, Tim Pool's a fucking moron. Yes, I know, unintentionally. Oh, dude. I like it when Tim Pool, like, because did you hear the news about the chorus right now? Because, you know, dipshit Hassan and all of his little Taylor Lorenz writers and his little orbiters did a hit piece on Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman because they started, BTC started a chorus to help small liberal channels grow. And he approached David Pakman to be a mentor on it. So they did a hit piece saying that all these liberals are being paid by dark funding and dark money. And that, you know, because obviously Hassan Piker and his group of people want to take over the Democratic Party. That's why Hassan Piker is doing all of these, like, puff pieces in the media. And he's going around trying to, like, you know, and he even openly admits it on his channel. He's like, well, I have to advocate for a much lighter version of socialism so I can bring more people to our side and I can indoctrinate them and propagandize them against our own country. And it's like, and Twitch is okay with this? I mean, he just actively doxed a bunch of people. Like, holy fuck, dude. This is insane to me. I'm just so glad I don't live in America anymore. All right, look, long-ass tangent. I apologize. Let's get back into the video.
To end violence against women every 3.
I blanked Russell Brand before he blew up. I liked Russell Brand initially when he was just asking questions. But once the questions wore out, I realized it was very vapid and there was nothing there. And I was like, oh shit. And then I think he was found guilty for rape, which is really a bummer because he was like, it's gonna sound bad, but had I been skinny enough, his fit in Forgetting Sarah Marshall or Get Him to the Greek, oh my god, those two movies were amazing. And I would have killed an entire village of what's something I really love that's an entire village of like like just primo beef, you know what I mean? Just sacrifice a village of cows to have the body that man had and that look. He was part of the UK comedy scene. I will say I watched an interview once with Russell Brand that made me think he was a fucking moron for a while. He went on live television in the UK and told people not to vote. Because it doesn't matter, he said. Why is it when he's on the left, why is it leftists and left people tell people that voting does nothing? The movies, when he let his crazy out, he let it out pretty good. Yeah. Like I said, I was on the pipeline, man. The big wake-up moment, and this is going to sound corny because I don't like to say this. I I started watching Dave Rubin and Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson when they got together for the intellectual dark web on Joe Rogan. All they would do for 30 minutes is talk about how great they were. And when they were doing that, I was like, uh-oh. A red flag popped in my head. I didn't stop listening. I kept watching for about another year, but that red flag was just enough for me to start, maybe I need to start adding more perspectives into my news feed. Because these guys are getting a little fucking high on their own. You know, they're getting a little drunk on their own brew. I don't get what you mean blanked. I don't. I thought you meant you just blocked him or moved on. But then when I saw the assassination attempt, wait, I would have hung out with him. What? Back then, he was at his prime, dude. He was a gangster. But, yeah, no, you probably did the right thing. He was a monster. But, it's a bummer, too. All my favorite people end up being rapists. It so sucks. It sucks so much ass. Danny Masterson. How are you going to let me down like that, Hyde? You know what I mean? I loved you, bro. I wanted to be you as a kid, man. Hold on. Oh, dude. I mean, I got into politics in 2010, but mostly it was on the culture war side. And then I got heavy into politics around, when was Destiny's debate with Sky Williams? So like, dude, this is gonna sound cringe as shit, and I don't like to say this because I don't want to give this man any more flowers than he's already getting from the world. The reason why I didn't fall down the pipeline was because Destiny, the streamer, started debating red pill guys, and then when I was right there, dude. I was on the cusp. I was watching Fresh and Fit, dog. Then I saw this blue-haired little cuck come in, and he destroyed him. He destroyed them with facts and logic and reason, and I was like, oh shit, I was about to go down a bad path. Because you got to remember, I was ostracized by, the left. I was kind of kicked out of the party, because I was defending video games, and I was, saying that political correctness isn't probably not something we should be doing. So when Destiny started going there, and I was like, oh shit, these are the arguments I used to make, and then but better, because Destiny is like a very talented interlocutor. I started watching Destiny's coverage, and I found out that what side he was on Kyle Rittenhouse thing, and I was like, oh shit, yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse didn't really do anything wrong. And all the news articles and the Kavanaugh kids and all the stuff that happened with that, and the media kind of lost their shit. I was like, well, then I started watching Destiny break things down and go through some stuff, and I was like, oh, so I started watching Destiny in conjunction with all these things, and I watched all these other things get crazy, and Destiny was the only one that stayed sane. I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's starting to make sense. Anyway, well, that's a long tangent. I apologize. But all I had to say, if this came out like 10 years ago, I'd probably made a video against this song.
3 days a woman is killed by a man. More than 100,000 girls are at risk and living with the consequences of FGM, forced marriage, and honor-based abuse.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Bromwich from The Guardian states that trans people make up roughly 0.5% of the UK population and are twice as likely to be victims of crime than cis people, according to...
Well, they're also aren't cis people way more likely to commit crimes too?
Home Office figures, this country has seen an increase in hate crimes towards trans people.
I would say it's probably not just trans people, but it's probably an increase in hate crimes across the board. I would imagine, because I'm seeing it here formerly in my own old country, we were seeing an increase on violence towards Jewish people, to pretty much every ethnicity. Like, there was a video that's trending right now on Twitter right now of who was it? What was it? There was a black guy sitting on a bus. I didn't watch the whole video, but a black guy sitting on a bus, and I think he punched or stabbed a white guy in front of him, and then like the whole world is just lit up right. Oh, on Twitter, all the MAGAs are lighting up right now, saying that like, they should hang that black guy, and just really fucked up shit, dude. Like really rancid, just what? And then you see, I'm thinking the Muslim. Yes, Muslims would also be, you know, all these people are suffering under a heavy weight. Yes, we had two actual people from Israel die in our country by the pro-Pali people. There's also the far right that's against all things Jewish, especially on the younger side, and then the far left are against all things Jewish. It's like horseshoe, you know. Anti-Semitism is on the rise, especially with people like Hassan Piker pushing it. But like we're seeing a spike in crime towards all ethnicities other than white people. We need a separate Muslim for Islam. Well, yeah, we should separate that from Islam. But the problem is, there's a problem there. It's rough because some of the views espoused by some of those schools of thought are pretty anti-liberal. Like, I don't give a shit what your religion is. If you put a woman in a burqa, that's fucked up. I don't care. I don't give a shit. I believe in individual autonomy. Yeah, and that's bullshit. Clara, your son should never be treated like that. Your son getting yelled at when he has to use the restroom is fucking insane. And it's a bummer, too, because I would hope that the UK and that side of the world would be much more, you know, enlightened than fucking Americans who don't know how to read.
Cis women are supposed to focus on a threat we have yet to see manifest from a small minority of the country who are struggling to stay safe themselves. Girl, you're not radical. Exclusionary, regressive, misogynist. Jump, yeah, you're not radical.
Oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, dude, you should never be treated that way. That's fucking insane. I don't understand why anyone in the world would give a shit. You say about some of the views Islam is far right of Muslim, equal the thought with the far right of Christianity, and they equal have the same hate. Wait, hold on. Let me read that again. My brain didn't process that. You say about some of the views Islam is far right of Muslim. Okay. Well, I don't know if I agree 100% with that. I mean, yeah. Equal thought with the far right of Christians. Okay. I mean, I could get behind that. One of the most powerful things I ever heard Sam Harris say was, one of the most important things that we can do for the Muslim community is to, and you're also, his phone just died. He says, thank you. Of course. What was it, Micah? Mike, I'm in your corner, dog. We need to stop all animosity towards anyone for any difference, especially on such as the basis of gender, sex, or anything like that. I think the only reason you should ever hate another person, and hate is the wrong word, but you should be rough on another person, is when off of the content of their character. Like if you're someone who beats dogs, me and you are not going to get along. You know what I mean? We're just not going to be friends. There's no way around that. I'm not going to be able to compartmentalize that in our friendship. It's not going to happen. If you're someone who beats your girlfriend, we're not going to be friendly. It's just, that's where it is. If you're someone who's willing to alienate someone else's rights, we're not going to be friends. It's just that simple. Yes, the point that I was trying to make is, if you were to look at the, what's the word I'm looking for? The far right of the far right of Christians that believe that, like, who don't even really believe anything in their own Bible. Like, it literally says in there that they don't have have the right to like go around and judge other people. Like it says that in the book that they're supposed to be holding up to, and then like they go and do it anyway. So like they're just ridiculous. They just cherry pick whatever side of that they want. But like the far right, super evangelicalist, you should only possibly dislike another person if the other person is someone who abuses another person's human rights. We're all human. Exactly. Yeah. Bro, if you're mean to anybody in the service industry, we're just not going to be friends. It's that simple. If I see you bad-mouthing a waiter who's got like 15 to 20 tables that he's working on because it took him 5 minutes to get you a water, bitch, I'm leaving the dinner then and there. Like, if we had a date and that's something that's happening, I'm out. We're not even... I'll be like, here's $50 for the whole meal. Peace. Yeah, well, there are differences in the Bible, yes. But what I'm trying to say is... those that are on the farthest side of their own religion are the problem. And when Sam Harris said that one of the most powerful things we can do in the Muslim community is empower secular Muslims that, you know, can, like, we should do that. We should do everything in our power to save these people because they can help reform the more harder corners of the religion and hopefully turn down the radicalism going on. Now, there's no guarantee it's going to work, but anything's better than nothing, at least in that demographic. Or, you know, trying to like curb, you know, violence. But it's rough, man. Some of these countries, they don't. It counts for the furthest side left as well as the furthest side right. Exactly. Yes.
Girl, listen up. Using feminism to erase the rights of others and endanger them is inherently unfeminist.
Thank you. Oh my God. All right, dude. Kate Nash. Ooh, I love you. Oh, I was so worried this was just going to be like a feminist propaganda song. Yes. People only become radical because of struggle. Yes. Do you know how hard it is to be a pro-capitalist when you're me? Like, dude, I'm telling you, I defend the COVID vaccine despite being fired over a vaccine mandate. Okay? I still defend it. I defend capitalism despite the fact that I'm on the bottom rung of that society now and I'm so poor that, you know what I mean? I still defend it because I look to my life and the decisions I made that led to where I am in that system. Not the system is flawed. I made mistakes. I defend trans rights, even though trans people typically refer to me in terrible ways. I have a handful of trans friends that love me and know me very well, but when I go on Twitter and I make a comment that's really nice to trans people, or like, let's say I'm following, there's a handful of them on there that I really like, you know, they will call me a chaser, or their fans will call me a chaser. Because one time I made a joke about if a woman, it was a stupid post, and a woman said, what happens when she pulls down her panties and she's got a, you know, she's got a fun thing. And I said, a smart man prays and thanks to God, a coward runs. That's all I said. And then I got about 50 messages about how I'm a chaser and I'm disgusting and I'm a monster and I need to leave the movement. It's like, bro, I marched for gay rights in California long before the rest of the world stepped up, man. California is like one of the first places in a many, like, I'm not gonna say it's the first, I don't know, but like for the rest of America, it was the first place to legalize gay rights. Yeah, but like, you're right. Yes, if you say anything on Twitter, you get flocked. But why am I being flocked by the same people that I helped give rights to? Like, hello? I'm literally a soldier on your front line arguing for trans rights, and you guys are insulting me because I'm a white, and you call me a white cis male, and I'm like, dude, in the last 10 years, I've hooked up with 10 trans women, okay? This is the first girlfriend I've had that wasn't trans in fucking 10 years! Whoops. Whoa. I didn't mean to get that loud. What? It's annoying.
In my opinion, it is the responsibility.
Oh, but yes, the struggle thing. People become radicalized by their struggle. It is so true. Master Reacts, you are slaying it, my dude. when people, but some of that can be a bad thing. Like, even though I've gone through things and clearly I could have gone the other way, I chose to continue to keep looking at it through the lens of like, well, I know these things are good. I know that the system has helped these people. Just because I'm poor doesn't mean I should destroy capitalism. We need to find ways to like reform capitalism so that those on the bottom that are suffering under the weight of it can get out. That's true. I believe that. But we don't do that by destroying capitalism. We do it by fixing it so that people can't fall through the cracks anymore. And when we see a problem, we need to like fix it as quickly as possible. But yes, the struggle that people go through, it informs their decisions. When you struggle through a thing, it makes it tangible, it makes it real, and it makes it hard to refute. If someone comes in and tells you that the world is a good, like, this is why the last election was so crucial. The last election came out and said the economy is actually doing better than people think it is. And it was, on paper, like America was recovering very well. But people saw prices go up. Sorry, capitalism isn't the answer. I disagree wholeheartedly. There's not been a system ever in the world that competes against that. All systems breed greed. Socialism breeds greed. All of them do. Human nature is greed. You can have capitalists within, yes, but then it's not true socialism. Like, yes. So if you look at like the Denmark and like the Nordic countries, they do have social democracy and they are democratically run, but they still have capitalism in them. They are still primarily a capitalist country. No true socialist will call that socialism. They'll call that a transitorial level of socialism. The entire point of socialism is that eventually there's no private property, that everything is run through the state. And yes, capitalism needs good regulation, heavy regulation. The answer is not to get rid of capitalism, because no matter what system, public services, health, yes, but that's not socialism. By definition, socialism is all of it controlled. You have to get rid of all private property. Well, yeah, you can make arguments for that. So you said all things should be owned. Public health service, health, public transportation, education, energy. All these should be owned by the government within each country. I agree. But, well, no. Definitionally, it's not. That those things being, the means, nah. And plus, socialism is supposed to be like a transition to communism. Either way, all systems that exist perpetuate greed. Greed is a human aspect. If me and you were just living in a cave somewhere with no system of governance, greed would still be an issue. I want more food than you, so I'm willing to kill you to get it, or you're willing to kill me to get it. We came up with systems of governance to try and curtail the worser impulses of humanity, 100%, because we need some form of control mechanism for those that aren't willing to control themselves. Because if you're left to your own devices, you will do whatever you think is necessary for your own self. The issue, as I've said numerous times in my videos, is not about capitalism, it's about humans. Humans placate the issue. Yes, greed is. Everyone is greedy in different ways. It might change. Like, so for example, let's say this. Let's say you're in a relationship. Wanting to spend time with someone isn't necessarily greedy, but what if that want supersedes your logical thought line? So I'll just use an example. Last night, me and my girlfriend stayed up way too late, hanging out, trying to make the most of our day. She had work the next morning at 6 a.m. We were being greedy by staying up all night and staying up way too late. Am I greedy? You're damn right I'm greedy. I'm greedy in different ways. My greed isn't really tied to money. My greed might be tied to attention. I'll make you a sandwich. Wanting things that you want is in a form greed. It may not be the highest level of greed. It may not be the version of evil that we think it is. But let's say wanting to spend more time with your family versus going to work. Yeah, it's a different kind of greed. Yes. But we are greedy. And like all things, it's on a spectrum. Kind of like gender, kind of like your political alignment. Where your greed lies is just where it is on that spectrum at that particular time, and how much damage it does to you in the short term or long term. Like wanting to eat another slice of pizza is greedy, but it sure feels good. It's not going to have a negative consequence on your life right away, but if you do it for, like 10 slices, you might have a lethargic day where you just feel bloated and nasty. Greed, like all things, is a variable. And like on the very bottom, just like a little bit, there's some things about greed that can be good. Wanting to, like look at Faker. Faker is one of the best League of Legends players of all time. Faker had to forego other things. He had to be greedy in his pursuit of being a really good League player. He left dates. He didn't go to school. Not school. It was I think in South Korea you have to be in the military for a set amount of time. He didn't provide the service for his country. He probably foregoed other relationships. Let's see. It's the type of greed. It's the type of greed that takes from others, determinant, and the corruption is where there's escalated. I know us have never had socialism. UK did, and UK was amazing until capitalism took all over. Got to catch them all. Our public services with the NHS being the last thing to take. Look, I can't speak too much about your guys' system. I don't know enough about it. But what I can say is that your guys' country have done a lot of things that were in the wrong direction. All that profit now going to shareholders is, well, you do need to pay your shareholders, right? Or else, what's the point of investing if you don't get a return on your investment? And that investment that they made probably helped millions of people. Like, right? Your shareholders matter. Because they invested. Like, I don't know, man. We would get into a pretty long conversation about all that. I'm just saying that, like, with all things, there are layers. And I think capitalism is probably a good cure. As of right now, we haven't seen a good cure otherwise. We've heard people talk about them, but, at least here in America, socialism never wins. Bernie Sanders is probably the closest. And the biggest fear right now is that even the Democrats are more leaning to populism. Why sell public services, though? Because, well, that makes sense. Selling a public service is way more in line with the market than a government. The reason why socialism in communist countries fail so often is because a big amorphous being is hard to adjust on the fly. It can't make the radical changes it needs, because anytime a government makes a radical change, it has a demonstrable level of fallout that can happen. I apologize. We need to get back to the song. But the reason why the free market works, the reason why the free market can accumulate these things is because the markets can easily adjust to consumer needs on the fly. There's a reason why a lot of our private entities in America are better than our government entities, is because they can react faster in real time. Our government was built to be slow on purpose. And probably it is probably going to be all in the reaction. I might cut a lot of this out of the reaction, maybe. Please, socialism isn't communism. I got you, but it has a lot in common. And communism is as evil as it gets. But light socialism is fine. I mean, hell, America is a socialist country to some degree. I mean, we have social programs, we have social welfare, we have social security. There's nothing wrong with social systems and social safety nets. Right, but you understand that like we should have a public option and a private option. And I'm okay with that. The problem is that the private option, one, can pay better for those that are doing the job, and two, can make things more affordable. The problem with government stuff is that, again, it's slower to react. So let's say you're selling a product, and then how do I say this in a way that makes sense in my jumbled brain? Oh shit, it's already 3:15. Can you get this over with? What was I gonna say? Let's say that the private industry is trying to sell cars, right? Private should be phones, computers, should not be buses. And I agree. I agree that a majority of public options should be, or I mean, a majority of services should be publicly funded. I do, or not public, yeah, publicly funded. Yeah, of course, they're run by the government. They should be state owned. But that being said, I also know that there's a fallout to that. That the government is too big and too slow for to accommodate the needs on the fly. They take longer to adjust. They take longer to take action. To, like if you asked our government to like run things, our government only votes on things like 3 times a year. That means 3 times a year someone can make a decision for someone else's health. That's too long. Too many people can die. Having a private market that can decide things on medical issues kind of makes sense. Because by doing so, if an issue arises quickly, we can try to adjust for it in the meantime. Private entities are more in tune with the market, and they're not as big or as they're not as gigantic. The bigger something is, the more parts it takes to move. And the more parts it takes to move, the longer it takes to move it. And that's like bureaucracy and all this other shit. Like, if you ever tried to build a house in California, it can take you 5 years to get a fucking permit. That's insane. I don't want that government telling me what I can put in my body. Or if I need to go sit, my chest hurts, I don't want that government telling me what doctor to go see. Yeah, but the time it takes to purely down to the employment levels of the government. Wait. Yeah, but that time it takes is purely down to the employment levels of the government. Talk to you later, Clara. Love you too. I mean, yeah. Look, are the Nordics, their education system's top of the world? Yes. People fear medical bills is killing us, I should say. I should say for how many decades. None of that matters, though. The Nordic country is slightly different. It's a very small country that is primarily one ethnicity and one culture. It's way easier to control that in something like a state. If a country wasn't as large or as big, if that country wasn't as large or as big, we could be way more. We could be way more productive. And also, if we didn't bring in different religions, different cultures, different ethnicities into a melting pot such as America that had different needs and requirements and different health issues and different parameters to work within, it'd be way easier to do. I don't know. The Nordic models are not socialism. There's a reason why Econoboy, who is an advocate socialist, even openly says so in the debate against Destiny about socialism. He calls it, I agree it's not as large, but we're talking about percentage of country, not actual numbers. Yeah, but then eventually then you have to get down to the practicality of it. Yes, yeah, I agree with that too. I don't necessarily want the government to tell me what to do or what doctor to go talk to. Like, okay, look at this. Okay, let's do it this way. If socialism was the way it worked, Ren would not be here today. At all. Ren would have died. Lyme disease would have taken him. The only reason why Rin is alive today is because of capitalism in America and a specialist doctor who could fund himself through one particular study. That's it. You look like I'm turning you a little bit. No, I'm a social democrat. I've always advocated for these things. I've always been a social democrat. I want stronger social security networks in place for my citizens. I want that. But that doesn't mean I want to have to, like, you know, give up property rights to do so. And that doesn't mean I want to completely reform every aspect of my society. I'm in Denmark. We're not a homogenous demographic anymore. Far from it. Yeah, but you guys have a lot more. Yeah, didn't you guys like take in like a lot of people from like Ukraine and stuff? Or am I just talking out my ass here? Oh, look. All right, we'll talk about this after the video.
Of a feminist to be progressive, to learn from previous ways, but to always be pushing towards a new.
Wait. See, I am not a third wave feminist. I stop at like wave 2. But I'm glad she's bringing it up.
A feminist to be progressive, to learn from previous ways, but to always be pushing towards a new one. Feminism must be intersectional. It must never be used to discriminate against others. Feminism must not be used to bully and berate both cis women and trans people. So let's start.
No, Ren. Sorry, Ren has been brought up in a capitalist country that is desperate and continue to reduce and undercut. There is zero budget for chronic. Okay, but that doesn't refute the point that I made that Ren today would be dead or very sick or, you know, ill. Like, you wouldn't be Ren if he didn't have access to a capitalist market that he got for free, by the way. The big C illness is so rife in our countries. It's pushing to become like the U.S. insurance-based system. I can't speak to that stuff. I don't know that stuff in your guys' country.
Labeling things correctly, shall we? These types of behaviors are transphobia and misogyny. You are not defending or protecting me. You are not defending or protecting me. You say a cigar is a cigar, but a cigar cannot be compared to a human being, can it, you fucking idiot? By aligning yourself with the likes of Peterson, Elon and Trump, you empower the mentality, but women serve a purpose, and that's to be controlled and fucked. Men with power can do what they want. Men that struggle to express emotion or are living under the constant financial, social and familial pressures of what society tells them being masculine is, well, apparently they can just kill themselves. Suicide.
Okay. I feel so much better. All right, like, you guys have to understand, I have like feminist PTSD, okay? I've been at war with like the far right or far left radical third wave feminists for a long time. I have been called every slur under the sun. I have had physical violence thrown my way. A bunch of stuff for just trying to say video games don't make you sexist. So, me and feminism are usually at war, despite the fact that I am a second wave feminist, okay? I am literally one of them. But, because I wouldn't go past a certain threshold. So obviously she's still talking about like TERFs and all this shit too. But it's cool that she's bringing all this stuff up. But it's also cool that she's like defending like aspects of, what's the word I'm looking for? Some of the counterculture to that. Men are suffering under extreme weights right now. It's just true. They're not graduating. They're not going to school. They're not in relationships. I think only 30% of men or something like that, or I think it's like 36, according to like something from 2022 or 2023. Like 36% of men under the age of 30 are married. Meanwhile, if you were to flip it, women are about 64% of women under the age of 30 are married in the US. The women are twice as likely to get married. And we already know that two homes are more stable, are more secure, and having access to financial things makes things way easier so that you can afford to make more mistakes. So more and more men are being left to themselves, and when they make a mistake, well, they may not have a safety net to fall on. So it's cool that even though this lady's a feminist, and she did spend a little bit of time pointing out that men are a majority of the problems facing women, it is true that men still are suffering. Men are falling behind both in school. Men have been falling behind in school for like 20 years. I remember when Christina Hoff Summer made a video about it 12 years ago. It blew my mind. It's crazy. But it's cool. So glad she brought it back and she's saving the day. And then she said, I want a Kate Nash Rin collab badly. Yeah. She's doing some good spoken word stuff.
Is the biggest killer in men under 50. 125 people die by suicide every week, according to Calm's website. Toxic masculinity isn't telling you that masculinity itself is toxic. It's telling you that toxic masculinity is toxic. Gender norms have harmed us. Society is nonsense. It's just a social construct. It's all a load of bollocks. And whilst things feel so unsafe, you've given the government more control over my body, and you make millions. And you have the audacity to critique what I say, to critique what they feel, to incite slander and hate. You don't even have the right to perceive me. What are you protecting? You do not protect me. Girl, listen up. You're not radical. No, you're not rad at all. I like it. It was good. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff there that it's good that she impacted the way she did. It really is, actually. Because men are the biggest threat to women, at least physically. And women, women might be the biggest threat to women when it comes to like I'll tell you what. This is an interesting thought. Maybe I could totally be wrong. I'm not a woman. I don't know the answer. But something that's weird as a man is that like women feel the need to dress up for men, and it's weird because like you shouldn't have to. You could show up in baggy pants and a baggy sweater, and you'd be just as beautiful than when you're wearing like a negligee or something. Or, something that is like showing your body off. You don't need to do all that. But it's weird too, because I've heard a lot of feminists talk about you don't know what it's like. I have to have a new shirt for every day, and like what would happen if I showed up a date in the same outfit? And it's like I don't know a single man that would give a fuck. But like it's crazy because like I've heard other women talk about women. And the amount of stuff I hear them say, it's just, bro, it's supposed to be like your sister, girl. Like, what you doing? Why? All right, so let's get through some of these comments here. I promise you, Rin ain't a capitalist. I'm not saying Rin is a capitalist. I'm saying Rin was saved by capitalism. I am a level 5 vegan and I don't eat anything with a shadow. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. Yeah, we've been taking in folks since the Turkish and Kurds back in the 60s. Damn. I want a cat, yep. I think, yeah, they would. Look at the details of what Gaddafi was offering and his people. You compare how that compared to the UK, US, and US, we'll see why justice had to go. See why justice had to go to Gaddafi. For mine, most high-end views were 30 to 40 men, which equals the men and women suicide rates. True.
same for me. I went and looked. I don't have almost a single person watching my content these days under the age of 25. Most of them are between the ages of, I think, like 40 and 65. So you are 100% right there, buddy. He has a lot of great songs. You know what? Like I said, we're doing this full time for a long time. Monday through Friday, and then Saturday is going to be a Ren day where if I haven't done any Ren through the week, that day will be to Ren, and I'll take Sunday, well, half of Saturday and rest of Sunday off and hang out with my girlfriend and do stuff like that. But Monday through Friday, we're going to be here. Legal video games, news, reactions, we doing it all. So if you're bored and you want something to do, you know where to find us. So we'll dig more into her songs. I had a couple songs I wanted to get to myself, but time is up, unfortunately. So I'm going to head out of here, but I'm going to finish reading a few of these comments and see what's going on here. See what we can spark up before we roll out. And like I said, all of these reactions are going to be re-uploaded. I'm going to go through, cut them, crop them, put them in, upload them. I'm going to try and upload them, some of them tonight, some of them tomorrow. And it's just going to be a procedure of me editing videos on downtime. And when I first wake up, when I eat breakfast, I might edit some videos and work some stuff out. So if you miss anything in one of the streams, it will be coming to you very soon. Please do not fret. You will get it. All right. It's especially poignant when most of the viewers are 50 plus. And yes, Master Reacts, that does happen a lot. I'm noticing that a lot of my viewers now are getting much older. Much older, and it's actually cool. And I think that's so. You know, I've noticed that Ren often in his songs will talk about how he has a hard time, or not hard time. He says "fuck them kids" a lot and stuff like that, or he's not on the kids' playlist. But then he makes that joke about, "Well, just ask your mom." That's so awesome because that makes perfect sense for Ren. Because his audiences do seem to be older, as if like you have to go through a little bit of life to really appreciate his music. Because I've seen a lot of people say that they're having a hard time sharing Ren with friends, and maybe those people just aren't at the point in their life where Ren's message is palatable to them. Women can be very cruel and evil, at least in my experience. They can be, they can be a little rough. The meanest things that have ever been said to me have been said by women. That's all I can say. Roll out and roll up. Love you, buddy. And then not the young hip crowd, broken hip crowd. Yes, we are the broken hip crowd. We are renegades. I see this fly. This fly will die. What's up, boo? Get your wings wet. Get out of here. I gotta stop spraying now, dude. I don't know if she's into that smell. Just so you guys know, before I go, we did the cutest thing ever. This is a his and her workstation. She's got her desk right here, her laptop, so she can come in and moderate all my stuff and, give me a hard time. And then she even told me she wants me to help her show how to edit stuff. Ren's my favorite mother lover. Facts. You just meet him at 5, guys. All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for stopping in for the first official stream here in Canada. And this is going to be the new norm. I'm going to be in here every day. We're going to be doing this. We might on Saturday. We probably won't stream. We'll just do like a reaction. This Saturday is going to be chapter 8, and then from there we'll see what we can do. I'm gonna get a little better. Maybe I won't go on as many tangents. Who knows? But guys, thank you guys so much for watching. You guys are beautiful. I'll see you guys in the next video. You guys have yourself a wonderful day, and thanks for challenging me. I had a lot of fun. Maybe I'll get better at articulating my views. And Master, I love you, buddy. And look, Vividness, all of you guys, if anything you guys want to bring to the channel or things you want me to talk about, let's do it. I might make an ass of myself and I might say something offensive. If so, please know that I don't do it with any ill will. I love you guys. Please be safe and have a wonderful day. Peace.